Yeah.
Drill me.
You gotta choose your side. You gotta choose your side. It's do or die. I said it's do or die. I said it's conflict in all areas, nigga. You choose the side. You could win or you could lose, nigga. It's do or die. Energy don't lie, it just testify for what they saying. I just look them deep into their eyes, going against the God in me. Now that's suicide. Higher self, higher level, higher wealth. To move like this, you gotta put your pride up on yourself. They say money is power, but knowledge way stronger.
What you say is true. The Shaolin and the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. Do you think your Wu-Tang sword can defeat me?
They say money is power, but knowledge way stronger. My soul pure gold, so I live way longer. My mind think righteous, yeah, my bloodline chosen. My energy is positive, words unspoken, I'm so illuminated. I shine brighter than Illuminati. Walking on water, now they really know I'm God body. Gifted from birth, so the life I face is hard body. Had so much love in my heart, they had to apply pressure. Now I'm a fine diamond, yeah. Said I'm a fine diamond.
Shadow boxing and the Wu-Tang sword style.
No matter how hard they try, I find myself in divine timing. Now they follow what I say like my name Simon. Led the chosen ones to victory in divine timing. The time is near, the signs are clear. 144, activation is here. We rise in the vibration with no fear. Oh, the Thundercats we all hear. And now it just don't seem fair. It just don't seem fair.
Welcome. How's everybody this Good Friday? Where I'm at is storming. When we was little, he used to say, God is white. Oh boy,
Praise God.
it's fighting. When it be thundering and lightning like that. So, wow, what is Friday? Friday is reaction video time. Oh boy, yes. I am super excited. Let's see. Videos. YouTube, where are you? I was supposed to have this ready before but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Short break. Why are we saying short break? Uh, we struggle streaming already. Just want YouTube. Is everybody good out there this Friday across the nation, across the land, wherever you're located once you come across this video? Okay. Let's see. I have no idea why my headphones. Let's try this one. All right. Hey, short break. Let me take a real quick short break. Already struggle streaming. See if we can fix the problem. There's always a solution. Better believe it to every problem. Let's see. What do we do? We doing break, short break, short break. Let's see why my earpieces are doing what they're doing. Uh, it's always something. Bluetooth, Bluetooth. They're connected. Okay. They are definitely connected. So let's figure out what's going on with the earpieces. Let's see. I have to do a check on something. This all good. Great Friday. Climbing out of September, heading into October. We already at the end of 2025. How has your 2025 been? Mine been. It's been. It's been. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. It's better than 2023. That's for certain. That's for definitely certain. Okay, I'm waiting for my guy to get back to me and let me know. Do I connect it? Was definitely, yeah. 2023 was a woo. Well, you know what? Because the accident didn't happen until August of 2023. So I guess our first 6 months I could say was good. It was really good. We was about to take off again in the music world, and here we go, bang! I get into a major accident, boy. Like it took me out, but here I am. Here I am. Yeah. So I decided last Friday. I did some action, what do you not call it? Reaction to some videos. It was, I believe, my first time going live with it. I remember when we first started putting the podcast together and we were doing some testing. I would do the reaction videos, excuse me, to test myself. And so I kind of liked it. But yeah, we on what, episode 25? Hey, I'm plugging right along. I'm hanging in there. I'm trusting and believing that this thing gonna do what it's gonna do for the space I'm making for myself, how I entered myself into this social media world, the streaming world. Yes, I had my son say I need to find a niche. I said anything I do is a niche. So yeah, what we gonna talk about? What one of these videos? What interests me? Oh, it's so much going on in the world. You know, I'm not. It's not fair to say whether I'm a Cardi B fan or not, but I like Cardi B. Okay, Cardi B comes from my hometown, and she hustled like hard, like I hustle. So I got so much respect for her, especially being a city girl. um, you know, just hustling like she hustled and the way she came on the scene and the way she just from loving hip hop to where she is now. I have much respect for her. She's herself, she keep it real, she hold no punches. And so I really been how they said want to use the word, but y'all know that word that says I what Cardi B and I do real hard. I really respect her. I've heard some of her beats to her new album. Have I listened to it yet? Absolutely not. Um, I just haven't had the time to, but I've heard little snippets here and there. I love a couple of the beats that I heard, but you know what? I push her hard on my TikTok. And I'm learning to post in such a way. So, she's been my go-to girl on sharing her grind because her grind is phenomenal. I'm like, wow. I give the girl so much respect, and to be pregnant. Let me see if I can find one of those videos of her. To be pregnant at that's the kicker. She out there doing her thing, popping that thing, pregnant. I'm like, Lord, don't let that baby. Cardi something else. She was at one of her promotion things. I was like, Lord, don't let that baby drop. Uh, I'll tell you one thing. That's gonna be a easy. Let me do this. Let's see. Let me just type in Cardi B. That should be an easy pregnancy, boy. That baby should just slide right on out. Right on out. Let's see. Cardi B. What comes up? Okay, so we know the album's gonna come up. I'm looking for that one where she was twerking. I said, girl, go ahead with that baby, with that belly. It's been on my feet all day long. Let me see if I could find it. But I give much respect to her. If anything, that's Queen. Queen Energy to Cardi, directed to Cardi. Queen Energy. And then there was one where she was talking to her son. He was hollering. No, she was like probably tired from hustling, and then she got the kids, and the little boy wanted some toys, and he was hollering and screaming. I was like, I feel you, Cardi. Cardi was like, oh my God. He wanted to go to the store, and then she had to tell him those stores was open, and oh man, he started screaming, and she really didn't do much to him. And the little girl said, man, when back in the day, like she real old, she said, back in the day, you didn't do that to me. In other words, you whipped me, mommy. Oh my God. And then she told the mother something that when the mother said no, no, something, she repeated it back at her until it was her. I said, Lord, Cardi got her handful. But she doing a thing. Don't tell me what a pregnant woman can do, because if you put your mind and your heart to it, let's see. Let me see, Cardi be pregnant. Maybe that's what I need to type in. Because homegirl letting it be known that you can do it pregnant. They talking about pregnant again. That's she can have as many babies as she wanna have. Pregnant again. That's right. She pregnant again because she can afford it. At least she not trying to put them on the government. Use your taxpayer dollars. That's my girl. Let's see. What's this one? I have to read this one. See what they talking about here. Yeah, well, there's always something. Maybe I gotta start over here. Always something. But I don't want it short. I want a video. So that's probably what we got going on. Let's see. You know what? Come on. You gotta love life. Life, life. Let's see what she.
You
Let's
don't
see.
have to be a VIP to get more than just savings with Geico. Every customer gets 24/7 fast-friendly claim support.
Could I get a picture?
Yeah, it's not like you run into animal celebrities every day.
Stop! It's Doug the Pug! Doug!
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
I'm very dramatic.
Cardi.
I'm dramatic.
Cardi B is clearing up chatter about her boyfriend. 2 months after the rapper and NFL player Stephon Diggs faced breakup rumors, Cardi, who's pregnant with his baby, revealed during her September 23rd appearance on the Call Her Daddy podcast the lighthearted reason she deleted their joint pictures off of her Instagram.
But you wiped him from your Instagram. All of the pictures are gone. What?
Okay. So that ain't working. I'll have to hit up my executive producer and find out what's going on, because this thing worked so sweet last week. But you know what? He's been in here doing some work. Maybe that could be the problem. I don't know. I don't want to be on that one. I want to be on this one. There we go. Let's see. That's a different YouTube, different screen. Let's see if we get any. I don't want to call it luck, but any blessings here. I know you can hear me. Man, and can't blame it on the rain. Definitely can't blame it on the rain. Do. How it go? Let's see. Oh, they go one about Jackie now. Jackie said, I know what Jackie has doing. I might go over one of her old videos. Let's see. Cardi,
Para Univisión, algo rápido que nos quieras contar. Para Univisión.
Feeling pretty good?
Cardi, can you please sign? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo te fue el día hoy? ¿Cómo te fue?
that's not what we
Yeah.
doing today. Mm-mm. You know what? He definitely. Mm-mm.
I'm gonna give it to you straight.
Offset just sparked a bomb that could blow up Cardi B's entire storyline. The way he moved had the whole internet losing its mind. Nobody saw it coming. Out of nowhere, Offset went off, raging in a way that had people hitting pause like, wait, what? According to him, Cardi B's whole situation with Stefan Diggs is fake smoke because he's claiming he is actually the real father of her baby. And that's not even the wildest part. He's saying Cardi set up this fairy tale with Stefan as nothing but a cover-up while burying the truth deep in the shadows. Somebody call Maury because the industry is spinning with one messy question. Was this whole thing just a scheme to lock Stefan down since her career ain't hitting like it used to? R.I.P. to Roland Ray, but if Offset's right, Cardi just hit a new level of desperation, and this chaos is about to turn nuclear.
Wow. Let's see something. Let's see if any of these videos come up.
The cameras didn't cut as intended, instead staying in position. There was a gasp from the audience shortly after Chrissy revealed her secret wedding on TV.
1 second. Check with my engineer guy, see what is going on. I probably should have checked this before I started, but I had no idea that this is what we were going to run into. Probably should have waited till later on tonight, and that's what I might just do. In this. Let's see. Because he's supposed to come here anyway this evening and fix some things. Give me 1 second. 1 second live on the air. Oh boy, thank you, thank you, thank you. We back in action. Isn't it crazy? Man, it's always something. It's always something. That's not what I want to talk about, but let's see. Mm-mm-mm. That's Jim Jones. What is that one? Jim Jones breakdown after Christie's shocking wedding. Yeah, now listen, let's talk about this. 'Cause this is crazy. I was talking about my girl Cardi B, but Jim Jones is a hybrid like myself. My homeboy, 20 something years he put in with that girl, and oh, this is got to be heartbreaking.
Social media was a huge hit. Jim Jones merely sat still. No one knew what was going through his mind. It was impossible to tell if he was confused, hurt, or about to blow out. However, the backstage events that followed the credits rolled were not meant for the general audience to see. A hidden camera that was still rolling behind the curtain recorded what happened next, and unedited tears, accusations, shouting, and the truth after production hurried to calm things down when Jim Jones attracted a large crowd. They didn't plan on coming out. This wasn't just reality TV. The internet watched everything in its pure, messy state during the decades-long collaboration that created and broke in real time. Condition, social media. Feuds were planned with regular reunions, special shouting, yelling, a few walk-offs, and a sprinkle. But in the final 5 minutes of the Real Love, Real Lives show in Harlem was unexpected. Chrissy didn't only show up looking fabulous and having attitude. She had a mystery when she came. Furthermore, the mood changed when she disclosed to the performers that she had a spouse. Exhausted from the studio, I did what I had to do in private. It was the first time in my life that I didn't wait. I never asked. I make my own decision. Not just the audience gasped, but I have a husband. Sources are not the host. Everyone was still recovering.
Now, that has to be some of the most devastating emotional impact that could happen to a person or a couple for your mate to go off and get married on you. Not cheat and come back and be in a relationship and you find out later, but to completely, and I'm quite sure there was some things leading up to this that maybe signs could tell, but one would never believe when they've been in a relationship so long that that could happen. You know, they figure they locked in forever, whether they got a piece of paper or not. And that's just the game of it. You have to close the back door. If you're really in love with somebody and you tend to death do you part, you know, we understand that the contract is a piece of paper, but so is the reality of the contract and the vows. If you believe in that entity, that's the back door. Usually, when you get married, you become one. You to each other. You not to him, her, and your wife, or she's not to him, her, and some other man. So that is kind of devastating, and I feel for Jimmy. But hey, I guess Chrissy had to do what she had to do. I know there was some things leading up to it. I heard about the pregnancy and just a lot of things. When you have to be careful with social media because social media can become a play so much in your life that you want your story to play out on the internet and you get paid for it. And some things are just private and some things are sacred and some things you have to be careful about. And I do believe there was a situation regarding the baby that they um, had together where I guess Jim Jones wanted to play out on social media paternity. Like, is it his? And that really hurt her. So you have to be careful. Everything's not for social media, and some things you gotta guard, and some things you gotta protect. So that's enough for me with Jim Jones. But that right there has to be heart wrenching. I feel for Jimmy because you all these years that they both put in, you never think. I'm quite sure that was his mindset that she wasn't going nowhere. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Gotta take people's lives and protect it and sacred. You know, everything is not for the internet, and everything is not about a dollar. And I think Jimmy lost out when he pulled that stunt on the paternity. But nevertheless, kudos to uh, Chrissy. She did what she felt she had to do. I trust that she's happy and moving on because you just don't marry to marry. At least I know that's not something I would do. I'm not fixing to marry nobody just to marry them for the whatever money, the internet. Yeah. So you have to know that hey, somebody else treated her better. I would assume allegedly. Yeah, let's see what else we got going on here. Let's check in on T.I. son. I was talking about that last week. I was
T.I. son.
All right, we did this
King.
video last week. I don't want to
King Harris has been arrested after not appearing in court and some other things connected.
That's not. I want to know what's the update on him. We know his son got 5 years. Oh, such a young man. Such a young man. Mendice's attack caught on camera. Mendice's how long ago? That's 5 months ago. I don't want nothing that far back. 6-year-old girl called escaping. Let's see. This looks like a more recent one. Here's one. Let's see what's going on.
If you live in a Florida zip code and have
Here's
zero DUIs in the
my
last
prayers
5
go out
years,
to her.
listen
Yeah,
carefully.
as well, but
I
as
was
a
an
mother,
insurance
that
agent for
has to
30
be.
years. And what
I don't wish it on him, you know what I'm saying? I don't wish it on him.
That's
And I love him
heart
through it.
wrenching.
Whatever he going through, I love him through it. Much criticism as I receive about my son, I would like to shed light on the fact.
Atlanta's night was supposed to be calm, but at 3 a.m., the city's silence was ripped apart with news no parent ever wants to hear.
That's right.
King Harris, the son of rap legend T.I. and Tiny, was clinging to life inside a hospital ICU. His frail body was strapped to machines, heartbeats dropping every second as doctors whispered the most chilling words: prepare for the worst. The Harris family's nightmare had just begun, and the entire hip-hop world was holding its breath. Inside Grady Memorial, fluorescent lights flickered, alarms screamed from the monitors, and doctors moved frantically around his bed trying to keep him alive. It wasn't just a medical emergency. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie, and it only got darker with every new leak, every new rumor, every new revelation that hit the internet like a bomb. Tiny King's mother completely collapsed in the hospital hallway, her screams echoing down the corridors, her body trembling so violently, nurses had to hold her up. That heartbreaking moment was caught on camera and spread like wildfire across social media, leaving millions of fans across the globe in tears. Hashtags like #PrayForKing and #JusticeForKingHarris shot straight to the top of the worldwide trends within minutes. But while the world cried with the Harris family, shocking details began to surface that flipped this tragedy into something much more sinister. According to a leaked medical report, King's injuries weren't from some simple jailhouse fight. No, insiders claimed his body carried calculated torture wounds, patterns too precise, too cruel to be explained by fists and kicks. This wasn't just violence, this was a message. Someone wanted him broken, maybe even gone forever. Then came the audio leak that left chills across the country. In a grainy clip, a prison guard's voice could be heard whispering, "The order came from above, we just cleared the way." That single line flipped the entire internet upside down. Who gave the order? Who wanted King Harris silenced so badly that they turned his beating into something resembling a planned execution?
Try to take the good with the bad and just let
Now you know that's crazy. If that's real, and if that's what has truly happened to this young man, this young lad, hey, you know that with Daddy Ti, trying to infiltrate the political arena, and he really wanted to go after the prison system. Wow. Uh, he might need to. He might have to. If this is what really happened to his son, they have a duty to, once you are in their care, incarcerated, they have a duty that your civil rights, your rights, oh man, are protected, that you should not be placed in a situation where harms is placed in harm's way, where it is allowed, where it is granted, where it is suggested, where it is allowed. um I can't imagine this young man holding on for his life, but it seems like, according to this video here, which was only 7 hours ago, if I'm not mistaken, uh, he's reportedly declining in ICU. ICU, oh boy, he needs a lot of prayers, and mom's got to have a lot of faith, and they just got to trust that he'll be able to pull through with every inch of his toughness in his mind and in his heart. If he can fight while in that condition to pull through. Let's finish hearing what they talk
them
about.
know. You go into prison if you keep it up.
Fans, bloggers, and conspiracy theorists.
I would never put that out against minds. Words are so powerful. The power of the tongue. You have to be very careful. We can speak stuff into existence. No matter his behavior, no matter what he was doing, you got to understand, even that statement right there alone could have infiltrated the mindset of how this kid was carrying on, to the point where it just prophesied itself out, and he continued to misbehave and carry on like he was carrying on, to boom, there goes the prophecy, and it fulfilled itself. You have to be careful, and as a parent, when we speak things, we need to not speak negatively onto or about regarding our loved ones.
Fingers everywhere, from rival gangs to industry enemies to powerful figures in politics and prison systems. Whispers even suggested this wasn't about King at all. It was about silencing the Harris family once and for all. And just when people thought things couldn't possibly get more chilling.
Now, if you think that this is going to silence somebody, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding, kidding me. This would do nothing but stir up the pot to make angry and make pull forth out of Ti to do what he's desired to do is to go after the prison system. Now, you know, that's a big horse to go after. But given the right means and the right people behind you, it's possible. It's possible because you know it's really we know who is owned by, you know, and that particular system would have to be taken down if that happens to these people's son. If this is really a sign to the Harrises, like you got to be kidding me. That ain't what the prison system is supposed to be about.
Another rumor exploded online. A supposed ICU CCTV clip showing masked men entering King's hospital room in the dead of night, allegedly tampering with his life support machines. If that footage is real, it means King's life wasn't even safe inside a hospital surrounded by.
Well, you know, then again, that could be AI. You know, we everything in the AI world looks real. I would hope that he was guarded, but then again, if the prison system got something to do with it, then hey, it's possible that could be real. You know, it's possible that that could be real, but the public officials got gonna have to answer to this if this is real.
By doctors because forces bigger than anyone imagined wanted him gone. Outside the hospital, the situation was spiraling into chaos. Protesters, fans, and family members gathered in the streets chanting, "Protect King," and holding candles in the cold Atlanta air. Some prayed, others demanded justice. The atmosphere was electric, grief mixed with rage. Inside, T.I. himself stood shattered. The man who always carried himself with confidence was now broken, pacing the halls with his hands shaking, his voice cracking as he begged cameras. "My son is being targeted like he's some kind of enemy. He's just a kid. Please, someone stop this madness." His raw plea instantly went viral, drawing waves of support from some and cold comments from others who heartlessly claimed this was karma for T.I.'s past. The internet split in two, half rallying behind the Harris family, half mocking their pain, turning a private family tragedy into a global public spectacle. And then came the footage no one was prepared for. An anonymous source claimed to have CCTV from inside the hospital showing two hooded figures creeping into King's ICU around 2:47 a.m. One crouched near his bed while the other acted as a lookout by the door. The clip cut off before showing more, but the implications were terrifying. Someone was actively sabotaging his recovery. Nurses and doctors, already under enormous pressure, reportedly whispered that they feared outside interference, that even within the hospital walls, King's life wasn't safe. One whistleblower nurse even revealed that King's ventilator had mysteriously shut off for several seconds earlier that night before alarms screamed. And the footage of that exact moment gone from hospital records. Was it coincidence or a full-blown cover-up? Nobody knew, but the internet went wild, accusing powerful players of pulling strings to erase evidence and silence King forever. Meanwhile, the Harris family's grief kept spilling out for the world to see. Tiny was filmed crying so hard outside the ICU doors that she nearly passed out again, begging, "Don't take my baby, don't take him from me." The clip broke millions of hearts and was replayed endlessly on TikTok and Instagram.
Wow. So some yeah, they talking about karma. What kind of karma? What you know that I would assume Ti paid for his you know whatever his dealings was in that world, in the underground world, in the criminal world. I you know I understand from what little bit I do know about that he did some time. I guess ones or people might think that he didn't do enough time, but this is sad on so many levels that you're not safe in the hospital, he ain't safe in prison. So what was they means before the kid even got himself in trouble that, you know, were they gonna attack this family, you know, prior to the kid getting in trouble? Because this is some grave stuff here that, you know, or maybe they're afraid that if he recovers, then he's gonna speak on who did what. And if the prison system is connected to it, then, you know, oh boy.
T.I., unable to control his emotions, allegedly punched walls, screamed at doctors, and accused the hospital of lying to cover up what he believed was murder. Witnesses said his rage was so explosive that security had to step in after he smashed a chair. Those images spread across the internet instantly, painting a picture of a father fighting not just for his son's life but against a system he believed was out to erase him. As if the storm wasn't already unbearable, another shocking claim surfaced. King's blood reportedly tested positive for foreign toxins, substances not linked to the jail beating and not part of any prescribed hospital medication. The whispers got louder. Was someone poisoning him inside the hospital? Anonymous hacker groups even claimed they accessed hospital files, posting, "They're not saving King, they're finishing him." Fans across the globe erupted, convinced this wasn't just about a fight gone wrong, but a targeted attack backed by serious power. Outside, protests escalated. Some demonstrators clashed with riot police stationed at the hospital doors. Tear gas filled the air as the city turned into a battleground over King's fate. Social media live streams captured every second with millions watching in real.
Now, I wonder if anybody seen any of this on the news. Well, this is a lot to have been going on in Atlanta. I'm not a news person, so I don't really watch TV like that. Oh, this is crazy.
Time as Atlanta burned with fury and grief. By sunrise, this wasn't just about a teenager fighting for his life. This had exploded into a war of narratives, some claiming King was paying for the sins of his father, others saying he was a victim of an industry plot designed to silence him before he spoke out. And with every rumor, every leak, every scream from the ICU, the truth became harder to find. What was undeniable, though, was this. King Harris was caught in the middle of a storm bigger than himself, a storm threatening to shatter not just his family, but the entire industry watching from the shadows.
Hello, my name is Adam.
That's crazy. That's
Adam Ferrari,
super crazy.
the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us.
As dawn broke over Atlanta, the nightmare only deepened. King Harris's condition slipped from critical but stable into something far more terrifying. Doctors whispered about organ failure. Nurses ran from room to room with trays of emergency drugs, and every beat from the machine strapped to King's fragile body hit like a hammer in the hearts of his family. Around 5 a.m., T.I. and Tiny were pulled into a private room and told words that no parent should ever be forced to hear. "If we don't see improvement soon, we may have to discuss letting him go." That single line shattered the Harris family. Tiny collapsed again, screaming so loudly, staff said her cries shook the entire.
Wow, that's a mother's nightmare, man. Oh, I could imagine this girl, this lady, this woman. Mm. That's a baby boy. One of them, anyway. Wow. You know, you have to wonder. You know, they say the sins of our father, our parents, or stuff is passed down. Hey, you know, it could have some validity to it, but wow, you know, as ruthless as this young man was, he doesn't deserve that. He doesn't deserve to be caught in the mix. But sometimes that's how it goes. That's how it goes with crime, with illnesses. You know, things are passed down to generations, passed down to hereditary. You know, they couldn't get Ti, so they figured they'd get his son. And which one would they get? The one that tried to act just like him, growing like his daddy grew up. But that's so sad. That's so unfortunate. And in my opinion, that would not make me silent. That would just send off a rage in me that at whatever cost, I'm gonna do what I need to do to get to the bottom of it and take down whoever did whatever to my son. If it even means leaving Atlanta. The Harris is packing up and getting up out of Atlanta, getting up out of America for that cause. But that should not go unaddressed, in my opinion. And that's so unfortunate. And you know, all those of us that believe in the power of prayer, communicating with a higher power, or a higher source greater than ourselves, within ourselves, would pray for the Harris family. Most importantly, as a mother, not to leave Ti out, but Tiny. Man, that's got to be heart-wrenching because it's not that he's dying from an illness. He's dying from a tragedy. He's dying from a brutality, unexpected, whatever. But wow, it's
The
been.
floor. Witnesses claim she had to be treated herself after fainting. A secret recording of that exact breakdown leaked online, flooding millions of feeds, turning the internet into a river of tears. People didn't just see grief, they felt it, raw and unfiltered, like the entire world was watching a mother lose her soul in real time. But just when it felt like nothing could get worse, another confidential report leaked, this one suggesting King's bloodstream contained traces of a mysterious substance that didn't match any treatment doctors had given. Analysts quickly ruled out common drugs, implying that this wasn't just a medical crisis, it was sabotage. Somebody had tampered with his IV lines, sneaking poison into his system while he was lying defenseless in that bed.
Well, that would be the two guys that came in the room. The one bending down by his bed, and the other one watching out. They was putting something in his intravenous. Like, come on, that's like common sense. But all that should be on footage. Hospitals got cameras in the hallways. All of that should be on footage. Like, come on, you mean to tell me that Grady is that ruthless? And I'm familiar with that hospital. That's a very big hospital.
That revelation exploded online, fueling hashtags like #ICU breach and #protect King Harris. Fans demanded answers. How could the son of one of hip-hop's biggest names, a high-profile patient in one of Atlanta's busiest hospitals, be left so vulnerable? Within hours, anonymous accounts dropped yet another clip, supposedly CCTV footage of two hooded figures creeping into King's ICU room.
My thing is, if you're in prison and you're taken to the hospital, isn't there supposed to be an officer sitting outside the room guarding to make sure that, I mean, he ain't getting up and going nowhere, not in that condition, but even in that, he should be protected. Somebody should be outside the room guarding. That's crazy. Mm-mm. If he gonna start repeating himself, I'm gonna end this, but we gonna pray for um Tiny, the Harris family, and this young man.
One bent down near his bed while the other stood guard at the door. The clip cut off before showing what they did, but the message was clear. Someone didn't just want King hurt, they wanted him gone. And they weren't stopping at the jail walls. They followed him straight into the hospital. The chaos outside the hospital was just as wild. Fans and protesters packed the street.
Yeah, they're repeating themselves. They're repeating themselves. Wow, that is so unfortunate. That is so. So she's somebody in the chat is saying this is not true. Boy, you got to be careful. Young man wasn't a threat. Well, I know he's in the hospital. We do know that. We know that from last week. But from what they're saying, well, this is why you got to be careful with AI. Whose page is this? Rap redefined. What from, if this isn't true, woe to whoever this is that put this out, and I know Tiny and T.I. are gonna sue the hell out of them if this isn't true. And it could be some truth to it. We don't know. The news is not gonna carry everything, and if the government or the political public arena of Atlanta got something to do with it, absolutely not going to put this on the news. That they system is so flawed that they down with the prisoners beating on the inmates, and the inmates being rushed to the hospital, that they are sending uh someone in the hospital to that's not a far reach at all. I just pray that if in the chat what someone is saying, we have no idea. I don't know. I'm looking to see if I find anything else in the YouTube world that would suggest that that would suggest that Tiny and T.I.'s son has gotten worse. Let's see. Attacked in jail. That's 4 days ago. Yeah, we know that. That's when I carried that 4 days ago. Let's see. King's condition worsens. Here's another video. That's 5 days ago saying that he's worsened. But these look like what you call it? AI pictures. You know, it's a shame how the internet world. T.I. cries as Tiny files for divorce 11 days ago. T.I. sues his own son King Harris for full custody of his son. You don't know if any of this stuff is real. It's so sad. It's so sad. But you know, you I pray that this is not the case. That this young man has not been a target, attacked in jail, attacked in, well, we know he's been attacked in jail, but attacked in a hospital. I don't see anything new other than that one that but you know, prayers to the Harris family. That's all I could say. Prayers to the Harris family. King Harris' sons targeted in jail. We seen that. Unfortunate. You know, they say daddy's coming, but you know, hey, sometimes our own behavior, you know, catches up with us. We be carrying on the net, you know, talking all that junk, acting like we tough guys. Not that anybody deserves that, but that's what you get attracts that kind of behavior to you, trying to act like some kind of tough guy, and especially on the world of this. Oh boy, this dragon here. this is a this is a dragon. This internet and this streaming site thing, because a lot of people take a lot of what you say and a lot of stuff to heart, you know, and mm, all of this is days ago, days ago. And how long ago was this one? Some days ago. But it's just so unfortunate. You know, everybody got their take and their view. Here's one day ago. King Harris in ICU, tiny issues, ultimatum to T.I. over attack of their son. You know, this is not what this should come to, in my opinion. They should not, I mean, this is not the time to break up. If anything, they should stick it out and
Are you driving way less than you used to? Do you have a
fight
clean
it
driving
together.
record? Are you over 25? Do you not have a DUI? Then you're like.
While the Harris family clings to hope inside the cold walls of a hospital, another storm is brewing outside. This is not just a tragedy, it's a story of betrayal, corruption, and conspiracy. And at the center of it all is T.I. himself, no longer just the confident music mogul the world knows, but a broken father who has made a vow of revenge, a promise that those who dared to harm his son will face consequences,
Oh
not
boy.
just from the justice system, but from him personally. As news of King Harris's condition spread, Atlanta transformed into a city gripped by sorrow, anger, and fear. Crowds flooded the.
What you don't want to do is tell anybody what your game plan is. You know, come on. You gotta know better, move better, and be smart about it. You don't need to be out there talking about what you fixing to do and how you fixing to do it. Put your plan together and You know, let it roll. But don't be talking about what you're gonna do and how you're gonna do whatever to somebody else. Cause before you know it, they be out to get you. You gotta move strategically.
The hospital grounds, holding candles, chanting King's name, and demanding justice. Social media erupted within hours, with hashtags like Pray for King and Justice for King trending globally, uniting fans, celebrities, and communities in grief. But beneath the surface of support lies a darker reality. This was no random act of violence, no spontaneous prison brawl. Sources from inside the facility claimed the assault was deliberate, organized, and executed with chilling precision. Prison cameras, which are supposed to operate around the clock, mysteriously failed at the exact moment of the attack. No footage exists, no evidence remains, only silence. And that silence screams conspiracy. Witnesses whisper of weapons smuggled into the prison, crude yet deadly tools like padlocks tied in socks, swung with devastating force. King was not merely beaten, he was targeted. Reports suggest his skull suffered severe trauma, his brain activity fading in and out, leaving doctors fearing long-term damage, paralysis, or even death. Some insiders claim guards were ordered to stand down to allow the attack to unfold without interference. Others go further, suggesting that the people meant to protect him may have been part of the setup. If true, this isn't just negligence, it is collusion. It means the very system entrusted with safeguarding lives inside.
Yeah, I guess they gonna be getting paid again. The Harrises, because if this is true, they definitely gonna get paid. I know Tiny would rather her son than a bunch of money, but that's what this looks like. Pay attention. He just birthed a little boy that looked just like him. Pay attention. Pay attention. He just brought forth. And in my opinion, usually it's when we leave a life leaves in a family, one is born. I hope that's not the case for this young man, but the way it sounds and how bad he was beaten, I hope he's able to pull through. But if they are deliberately sabotaging him, they're going to do everything in their power to try to finish this young man off, and that's so sad because they don't want him to be able to speak. Wow.
Those walls, instead orchestrated or enabled an attempted murder. Inside the ICU, the Harris family has been living a nightmare. Tiny, King's mother, has been seen collapsing in grief, screaming that they tried to kill her baby. His siblings cling to her, their faces etched with pain that no camera can fully capture. But the most haunting image is of T.I. himself. The man once celebrated as one of hip-hop's strongest voices, now reduced to a father on his knees begging God for his son's life. Those close to the family describe T.I. as shattered, yet unyielding, consumed by rage as much as sorrow. And it is in this crucible of pain that he has made his vow. He has sworn that until those behind the attack on King are held accountable, he will not rest. His promise is not one of patience or reliance on the justice system. His promise is one of revenge. To understand the weight of that vow, we must look at the bigger picture. T.I. has never been a stranger to adversity. From his rise in the Atlanta rap scene to his brushes with law enforcement, he has lived through battles most men could never survive. But this is different. This is not about reputation, record sales, or industry politics. This is about blood. This is about family. And when family is attacked, especially a child, the rules change. T.I.'s vow is more than a father's outburst. It is a declaration, a warning to whoever orchestrated this act that no corner of the system, no amount of power, and no fortress of secrecy will shield them from what is coming. Already, the community is echoing his anger. Protesters outside both the hospital and the prison shout accusations of corruption, demanding accountability from those in charge. One viral video captured a furious supporter screaming at prison officials, You protect criminals, but you couldn't protect a kid in your custody? That sentiment resonates across Atlanta and beyond. To many, the attack on King Harris is not just an assault on a
The warden. Woe to the warden of that prison. Oh my, he's might as well pack his bags and get ready to be fired, because that's really what's gonna go down. That whole prison system is gonna go down if that boy don't pull through.
young man, but a betrayal by the system itself. It represents everything broken about prisons, power, and corruption. And T.I.'s vow of revenge speaks directly to that anger, igniting a movement that refuses to let the truth be buried. However, Tiny's voice was barely a whisper at first. Then it tore through the hospital hallway like a siren. She pressed both hands against the glass of the ICU room, palms white from the pressure, and looked at the machines that were keeping her son half alive. You promised me family, she said, each word a low, dangerous calm. You promised me protection. If those men walk away because we waited on a system that won't move, then you can keep everything else. I will not stay married to a man who lets my baby bleed in the dark. The ultimatum hung in the air. Not
That's wrong. That's my opinion. That's definitely not the way route to go, baby girl. Do not. That's what they want. Do not break up with your husband behind this. This is not what that is not what that should be about, in my opinion. I would not. Y'all gotta stand strong together as one. Yeah, that's what they want. Don't give it to them, Tiny. Don't give it to them, girl. Do not give it to
a
them.
theatrical threat, but the simple, terrifying arithmetic of a mother who had reached the end of patience. Justice, by any means necessary, or the marriage ends. She paced in the waiting room like a storm contained by thin walls, telling him there were two paths and only one would keep their family intact. I don't want empty words on camera, she demanded, eyes burning with a grief that had turned into hard resolve. I want results. I want the people who did this to know they will never feel safe again. You built an empire on being unbroken. Now use whatever it takes to make sure no one ever thinks they can do this to your blood. Her voice grew colder as she spoke.
All right, I don't know if those are her words or not, but yeah, it's gonna take time. It's gonna take patience. It's gonna take strategy, and they got to be strategic. Excuse me. They got to be strategic, and they have to move strategically. So Tiny needs to hang in there with him. However this outcome comes, don't let him fold your marriage, girl. That's all I could say. You and him done came through some of the craziest of crazies. Hang in there. Hang in there. And this too shall pass. However the outcome, this too shall pass. And y'all will get through it. And you know, whoever is responsible for this from the top to the bottom, it shall be revealed. Wow. Prayers to the Harris family. So I guess this is another same kind of story. So I guess it is some truth uh, to it to a certain degree. I haven't heard this person mention anything about somebody going in the room and trying to sabotage it. Yeah. Boy, we set ourselves up. Mm. Yeah, I just got off of my Cardi B subject. Yeah, 'cause that kind of touches me. When your child is locked up in a place, you think they'll be okay. It's just as crazy in there as it is out here, and even crazier, I would assume. Oh, I guess some facilities are. Yeah, did y'all hear this situation? Y'all
For
heard it.
fuck's sake, if I see one more TikTok creator say, oh, this is only $6 and then the goddamn shipping is $10, I'm gonna lose my mind. I've been looking for this damn scrub towel and holy shit, it's insane. You don't even realize how filthy your body is until you...
We have been telling you about a body parts found.
This is, I guess
we have been telling you about a body parts found in the trunk of a Tesla owned by the singer David. We now know who the victim is in this case, and there are a lot of twists and turns.
When David's Tesla was found with a decomposed body inside, everyone thought it was just a tragic coincidence. But then investigators identified the victim, and everything changed. The FBI has just raided his Hollywood Hills mansion, and what they found will leave you terrified. We've got all the details. Let's break it down. The shocking discovery. The music world was completely unprepared for what happened on September 8, 2025. A discovery.
This is kind of like old news, but this is sad, not that old, because in my opinion, I think they at first when they found it, they hadn't arrested him right away, and everybody wanted to know why wasn't he arrested. But let's just hear this out a little bit, see what they say. This is crazy because this young girl was 14. They claimed she had different IDs showing she was older, but she was a baby.
At a Los Angeles tow yard would transform a rising star's career into one of the most shocking criminal investigations the entertainment industry has ever witnessed. It all started 2 days earlier when a black Tesla was towed from the Hollywood Hills after being abandoned on a public street for what neighbors estimated to be anywhere from 5 days to over a month. The vehicle sat among dozens of other impounded cars at Hollywood Tow on North Mansfield Avenue, just another expensive car in a city full of them. But this Tesla was hiding something horrific.
So this guy, David, a news report came out that a dismembered young girl, presumably underage girl, was found in the frunk, and that means the front part of a trunk in a Tesla at some location. It was parked. People realized it was emitting a foul odor. The odor got progressive.
I think they said something about this. The car had been missing or out of commotion for over a year. So I don't know. Let's see.
Worse.
When tow yard employees began detecting an unmistakable and overwhelming foul odor on September 8th, they immediately called authorities. What police discovered inside would send shockwaves through the music industry and launch an investigation that continues to this day. Inside the Tesla's front trunk, investigators found severely decomposed human remains. The vehicle was registered to David Anthony Burke.
Yeah, over a year. And then this kid got a song talking about romantic homicide. You know what, people, when you making your music, some of that stuff, crimes and all that crap y'all be doing, don't put it in your music. You got to be some kind of not smart. I don't want to call them stupid, but some kind of not smart to, some of the lyrics that we put out there is from what we go through, but you might as well go turn yourself in before you make your song, because...
professionally known as D4VD, a 20-year-old artist who had taken the music world by storm. To understand the magnitude of this discovery, we need to examine David's incredible rise to fame. This wasn't just any musician. This was someone who had revolutionized how artists create music in the digital age.
So basically, I played Fortnite from 2017 to 2021. I became a YouTuber. I was playing Call of Duty, Fortnite, all these different type of games. To try to become like the biggest next thing, streamer, Kaisen, that everything.
Born March 28, 2005, David had grown up in Queens, New York, before moving to Houston, Texas with his family during his teenage years. His path to superstardom was completely unconventional. He started as a gaming content creator, not a musician. Like many teenagers of his generation, he was obsessed with Fortnite and began creating montage videos for YouTube. His transformation from gamer to global music sensation began with a crisis that would have ended most people's dreams.
That is until David's worst nightmare came true, and almost every video he had ever made got copyrighted overnight for use in the music. And so David breaks down, he calls his mom crying, and she says if you want to fix your problem, then you should just make your own music.
This moment of desperation became the catalyst for a billion-stream career. What happened next was nothing short of revolutionary. David didn't go to expensive recording studios or hire professional producers. Instead, he turned to his sister's closet and his iPhone.
And I looked up how to make music on iPhone, and this app called BandLab comes up. I click on it, I put my Apple earbuds in, and I used my sister's closet as a studio.
The success that followed was staggering. His breakthrough track Romantic Homicide became a global phenomenon, accumulating over 1.6 billion streams.
So apparently, this guy, and I remember during Song Wars, we checked him on, I checked him on Spotify. And on Spotify, the dude, look. Yeah. The dude actually is like popping. 34 million monthly listeners. He has a song, 1.5 billion streams, Here With Me, 500 million, Feel It. And his biggest song, 1.6 billion views, is called Romantic Homicide.
By 2025, David had achieved what most artists only dream of. He had signed with Darkroom Interscope Records, released his debut album Withered, which reached number 13 on the Billboard Hot 200, and was actively headlining his own world tour. He was performing to sold-out venues across multiple continents, cementing his status as one of music's biggest rising stars. The timing of the grisly discovery couldn't have been more jarring. While David was on stage performing to thousands of screaming fans night after night, investigators were working to identify the decomposed remains found in his vehicle. 9 days after the initial discovery, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office made an identification that would change everything. The victim was 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She had been reported missing from Lake Elsinore, California on April 5, 2024, when she was just 13 years old. Lake Elsinore, located in Riverside County, approximately 70 miles southeast of Los Angeles, is a suburban community where Celeste had lived with her family. The identification was made possible through a distinctive tattoo in red ink on Celeste's right index finger, which matched descriptions from her missing person report. This unique identifier became crucial for forensic experts dealing with severely decomposed remains that had been exposed to California's heat.
Now, all of this boy's, all of his accomplishments, because they're going to tie him to it. That's his vehicle. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Whether he did it or not, he just threw away his whole career, his whole life. And he's, how old? He's 20 something years old. Come on, man. You can't be that. Oh my God. These young people, allegedly, they gotta think. You gotta have some common
For an extended
sense.
period. Celeste's family was devastated by the news. Through a GoFundMe campaign launched to cover funeral expenses, relatives described her as a beautiful, smart, funny young lady and a beloved daughter, sister, cousin, and friend. The fundraising page painted a picture of a vibrant teenager whose life had been cut tragically short. But the case took an even more shocking turn when crucial details emerged about potential connections between Celeste and David.
We now know who the victim is in this case, and there are a lot of twists and turns.
Yes, the victim, as it turns out, is a 15-year-old girl named Celeste Rivas. And Celeste Rivas had gone missing about a year ago.
The most significant revelation came when Celeste's mother told media outlets that her daughter had mentioned having a boyfriend named David before her disappearance. Wow. This detail, combined with the fact that Celeste
14 years old. And he's 6 years older than her, so when did they meet? Like, come on already. Oh my God. Probably met on one of these streaming sites. Lord help us.
remains were discovered in a vehicle registered to someone with that exact same name immediately transformed the investigation's scope and intensity. What made the connection even more startling was another discovery.
Now, the photos that we found of David and a tattoo that he has is very, very interesting.
So we found photos from last September where he has on his pointer finger of his right hand
the same finger as hers.
The same exact finger, the exact same tattoo.
The LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, the department's most elite investigative unit, took control of the case. This specialized division handles the city's
evidence. Anything that could tie you to it, man. These people do not know how to move. Lord help them. Yeah, well, you know, they young and messy, as allegedly.
these most complex and high-profile investigations, from celebrity deaths to organized crime cases. Their involvement signaled that authorities were treating this as far more than a routine death investigation. The challenges facing investigators were immense. The advanced state of decomposition made determining exact cause and time of death extremely difficult. Forensic experts had to work with remains that had been exposed to.
He probably thought he had got away with this, or whoever was involved with him with this, allegedly, that they were scot free. But that's poor, poor, poor disposal of the evidence. You leave your car abandoned somewhere with a dead body in it, and not to tell anybody how to commit a crime or anything, but burn the damn car up. If anything, get rid of the car. Dude, do you really think no this wasn't gonna come back to haunt you? You know? And whether he did it or not, allegedly, he has too much ties to her. That's his vehicle. That was his girlfriend. He knows something. So all that he done worked to build and became, overnight sensation, guess what? It's an overnight lifetime jail prison because he definitely going down for this. I don't care whether he did it or not. It's his vehicle, his girlfriend, he knows something. And just like they were able to where they at, trust me, they found bin Laden. So and this is not a laughing matter because it's pitiful, it's sad. They gonna find who's connected to this young lady's murder.
California's heat for an extended period, complicating traditional autopsy procedures and toxicology testing. Adding to the complexity was the massive timeline gap. Celeste had been missing for nearly 18 months, from April 2024 to September 2025, raising critical questions about where she had been during this period and how she ultimately ended up in David's vehicle. The Tesla was one of several vehicles owned by the artist, with multiple people reportedly having access to his cars. The investigation was further complicated by David's touring schedule. When Celeste's body was discovered on September 8th, David was actively on tour, having performed in multiple cities across the country in the preceding weeks. This provided documented evidence of his whereabouts during at least some of the relevant time period, though investigators still needed to determine when exactly Celeste had died and how long her remains had been in the vehicle.
He just a performing and carrying on like nothing he's aware of happened to his little girlfriend.
As news of the discovery spread, the entertainment industry was stunned. Here was a young artist who had inspired millions with his innovative approach to music creation, whose story had become a symbol of how anyone with talent and determination could make it in the digital age. Now, that same inspiring story was overshadowed by one of the most shocking criminal investigations in recent memory. The question everyone was asking became unavoidable. How did 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez end up dead in David's Tesla? And what role, if any, did the rising star play in her tragic fate? The massive FBI raid that stunned everyone. 10 days after the horrific discovery that shocked the music world, the investigation reached its most dramatic and highly visible moment. On the evening of September 18, 2025, the LAPD executed a comprehensive search warrant at a Hollywood Hills residence connected to David. This wasn't just any search, it was a full-scale forensic operation that would provide investigators with crucial evidence and mark the most significant escalation in the case since Celeste's body was discovered. The timing of this raid was absolutely critical. It came just hours after David had made the shocking decision to cancel his Seattle concert, his first canceled.
So he did pull over. He canceled the Seattle concert. Okay, let's hear.
Show since the investigation began.
Right after this news came out, David canceled his upcoming show.
The target.
He probably had to get himself together. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
It was a luxury rental property located in the 13000 block of Doheny Place, situated in one of Hollywood's most exclusive neighborhoods north of Sunset Boulevard. While David didn't own the residence, it was being rented by his manager from Interscope Records, with extensive documentation showing David's regular presence at the location over the past year. What made this location so significant to investigators was its proximity to where the Tesla had been discovered.
What I can tell you is that it is literally right where we know that the car was towed from. So remember how this all happened, as you heard from Nicole. The car was towed from the Hollywood Hills.
The house was located just blocks from where David's Tesla had been abandoned and subsequently towed. This wasn't a coincidence. Investigators had been methodically mapping the geography of the case, attempting to establish a comprehensive timeline of events and determine how Celeste's remains had ended up in the vehicle. Neighbors had provided crucial observations about David's Tesla being frequently parked outside the residence. Multiple residents reported seeing the black Tesla with Texas plates parked in the same location for extended periods, sometimes with visible damage, including a dent. These witness accounts helped investigators establish when the vehicle had last been at the residence and potentially when it had been abandoned. The search operation began in the late evening hours, representing a calculated decision by law enforcement.
Apparently, LAPD homicide detectives searched the house Wednesday and walked out with a computer and several evidence bags.
The operation involved LAPD homicide detectives and specialized forensic technicians who spent several hours methodically processing the entire property. The timing was deliberate. Evening searches often yield better results as they're less disruptive and allow investigators to work without crowds of onlookers and media interference. What made this search particularly intensive and significant was the deployment of specialized forensic techniques that suggested investigators were looking for evidence of violence. The most telling detail was investigators' use of luminol throughout the residence, a chemical that reacts with trace amounts of blood by glowing under ultraviolet light. The luminol testing was comprehensive and thorough, covering not just visible surfaces but also drains, carpets, and other areas where biological evidence might be present even after extensive cleaning attempts. This type of forensic examination indicates investigators suspected the residence might have been a crime scene or at minimum a location where evidence of what happened to Celeste might be found. The scope of evidence seized during the search was extensive and significant.
So if we go back to where the car was towed from, tonight there's a presence of Los Angeles police detectives that are out there. We can see them in their plainclothes suits. We also see crime scene techs. It appears to be centered at this home.
Detectives walked out with a computer, multiple evidence bags, and various electronic devices. The seized electronics were particularly significant. In modern criminal investigations, digital evidence often provides the most comprehensive picture of events, relationships, and timelines that physical evidence alone cannot reveal. The computer seizure was especially noteworthy because digital forensics can recover deleted files, browsing history, communication records, and location data that might be crucial to understanding what happened to Celeste. Even if attempts were made to delete incriminating evidence, forensic experts have sophisticated tools and techniques to recover data from hard drives and other storage devices. Sources indicated that investigators were also searching for security recordings and other digital materials that might have captured events at the residence. Many modern homes, especially in upscale neighborhoods like the Hollywood Hills, have extensive security camera systems that could provide crucial evidence about who was present at the location and when specific events occurred. The search wasn't limited to the main residence structure. Investigators thoroughly examined the property's exterior areas, including spaces where evidence might have been disposed of or where vehicles had been parked. The proximity to where the Tesla was abandoned meant that detectives were looking for any connection between the residence and the vehicle. Police sources revealed that they were specifically investigating whether Celeste had ever been at the residence and what activities might have occurred there. Given that Celeste had been missing for over a year before her body was discovered, investigators needed to determine if she had been staying at various locations during that extended time period. The forensic examination extended to areas that might not be immediately obvious to casual observers. Crime scene technicians examined plumbing systems, ventilation units, and other areas where evidence might have been concealed or inadvertently left behind. The thoroughness of the search suggested investigators were treating the residence as a potential primary crime scene. One of the most significant aspects of the search operation was its timing in relation to David's actions. The operation occurred just one day after David had canceled his Seattle concert and while he was in the process of canceling the remainder of his U.S. tour dates. This timing suggested that investigators had been planning the search operation and waiting for the optimal moment to execute it. The search warrant itself would have required extensive documentation and probable cause. For a judge to approve such an intensive search of a residence connected to a high-profile individual, investigators would have had to present compelling evidence that relevant materials would likely be found at the location. The approval of such a comprehensive warrant indicates that law enforcement had developed substantial evidence pointing to the residence's significance in the case. The psychological and public impact of the search was immediate and profound. News of the operation spread rapidly through social media and entertainment news outlets, fundamentally changing public perception of the case. What had initially been treated as a mysterious death investigation was now clearly being pursued as a potential homicide with a specific focus on David's activities and associations. For the entertainment industry, the search represented a shocking escalation that nobody had anticipated. David had been one of music's brightest rising stars, with billions of streams and a devoted global fan base. The image of investigators carrying evidence bags out of his residence fundamentally altered his public image and raised serious questions about his potential involvement in Celeste's death. The search also had immediate and far-reaching professional consequences that demonstrated how quickly the entertainment industry responds to criminal investigations. Interscope Records immediately halted all promotional activities for David.
Wow, there it goes. There's the downfall. There it goes.
Music, and brand partnerships with major companies like Crocs and Hollister were quickly suspended. The entertainment
Just like that. Just like he built it in the digital world, the reverse, just that fast. That's sad. That's crazy.
industry's response was swift and decisive, with companies immediately distancing themselves from David as the investigation intensified and took this dramatic turn. The evidence collected during this comprehensive search would now undergo extensive laboratory analysis that could take weeks or months to complete. Digital forensics experts would examine the seized computers and electronic.
In the meantime, even if he's not arrested, he just, everything he worked so hard to build through this streaming, if you will, he just lost it all. He just lost it all by allegedly, not even in accusations, and just the fact that it's his vehicle. You know, like you would hope, excuse me, and want to believe that okay, he didn't do it, but wow, what does it look like and lead to? You know, that he had something to do with it. Somebody he knows had something to do with it. Oh man, this is so unfortunate. The mistakes and the non-thinking, the non-common sense that we uncommon. Oh my God, it's sad. It's sad on so many levels. I guess it's justice for the little girl. What's her name? Justice for the young lady, man. This is crazy for the teenager, a baby, a baby.
Devices, while biological evidence would be processed for DNA and other identifying characteristics that could link the residents to Celeste's death. The devastating aftermath and what comes next. In the wake of the shocking Hollywood Hills raid, the entertainment world watched in stunned disbelief as one of music's most inspiring.
We go through the same old same things. They should repeat themselves over and over. Boy, this guy just blew his whole career up. His whole career. This one says his
Esta
brother
propiedad que estás viendo aquí se la compramos al heredero por $225,000. Me la acaban de terminar de remodelar y por eso vengo a echarle un vistazo ahorita mismo junto contigo. donde le pusimos pintura nueva.
That they were testing for blood. There's something called luminol, which can light up a floor.
Everyone's seen this on CSI.
Yeah.
That they spray it and it, allows them to see where if there are traces of blood, even if it's been cleaned up.
So they were looking, on the floors. They were looking in drains to see if there were any traces of blood. We don't know.
David's younger brother Caleb just gave the police exactly what they needed to finally make an arrest, and this includes details of how he unalived Celeste and chopped her up. The last person anyone expected to be involved in this case was his brother, considering how close they were. Apparently, Caleb knew about David dating 15-year-old Celeste and tried speaking to her mom about it, but she didn't care. Celeste's half-brother even came out to give his own account of what happened, and let me tell you, this boy wasn't playing around. Not only did he flat out accuse David of taking Celeste's life, but he also exposed her mom for being horrible to her when she was alive.
Wow. Oh, that's why she was where she was at that age.
That's my dad. Well, we got the same dad, but that's her right there. We don't like her mom. Her mom used to her like she always wanted to come, our dad. She always wanted to live with our dad. And I don't even know where to start from. It's crazy. I was expecting my sister to be dead, but stuff was still seeming alright. I'm like, tell me where you at? Where is you at? Where's you at? She's not telling me. She's like, last time I talked to her. Last time I talked to her, she was like, she wanted to come home. She said she wanted to come home. So I'm guessing he was holding her hostage.
All this started when the LAPD was called to a car impound at Hollywood after they had received multiple complaints about a nasty odor at the impound. They ended up discovering the decomposed remains of a girl who was later identified to be 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. It turns out she had been reported missing in April of last year. She was found and brought home, but after a few weeks, she left again. Her mom panicked when she saw the news about the dismembered remains of a girl found in the trunk of a Tesla. So she reached out to TMZ, and TMZ reached out to the authorities. That's actually how the police were able to identify Celeste. Apparently, she was so badly decomposed that they couldn't initially make out who she was. And to top it off, she had been chopped up into pieces. Celeste's mom told the feds that Celeste was romantically involved with a guy called David. And this was confirmed when the police found out that David, who is 20 years old, had matching tattoos with Celeste that simply said, shh. This story was already going crazy, but people were giving David the benefit of the doubt since there were also reports that some of his friends sometimes use his car. However, when it was revealed that he and this 15-year-old girl had a romantic relationship, everything changed. People started digging into all his past interactions with Celeste to see just how far back this thing goes. And boy, oh boy, they found a lot. David was rubbing this whole thing in our face the entire time, but no one caught on to it because we didn't know the girl he was parading around was just 15. Except for this one person who actually left a comment on his TikTok last year, calling him out, waiting for LAPD to get you for messing with a 13-year-old girl. From the looks of it, this person was close to one of Celeste's friends and got word about him and Celeste's relationship. In fact, several of Celeste's friends and some people from her neighborhood came out and accused her mom of selling her off to David. According to them, Celeste's family knew she was with David, and they also knew he was way older than her, but they still wanted her to keep going back to him because he was giving them money. He was also paying off her friends so they wouldn't tell anyone. And honestly, this checks out, because come to think of it, why didn't Celeste's mother mention David to the police when she initially reported her missing last year? And even if she didn't know about David at the time, why didn't she mention him to the police the second time she ran from home? She only brought up David once she heard that there was a decomposed body found. It wasn't until the thought of her daughter being possibly dead hit her that she finally decided to mention David to the police. The police recently also tore his house apart in search of evidence, and from the photos going around on the internet, it seems like they found a lot and will be going in for an arrest any day from now. In fact, his house is just 6 minutes away from the impound his car was at, so police are now theorizing that he unalived her in the house, then drive the body to the impound to abandon it there.
That he appeared to have been staying in the Hollywood Hills. So we now find out that they were testing for blood. There's something called luminol, which can light up a floor.
Everyone's seen this on CSI.
Yeah.
That they spray it and it,
Not doing that. This is getting Ooh, wearier and wearier. Lord have mercy. Did they ever arrest him? Let's see. Arrested for career down the
Could
drain.
you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation.
After new evidence connects David into the passing of Celeste, there's news of the police searching for him. It begins with the Tesla found in the tow yard, as evidence was left in the car.
Discovery in Los Angeles has led to a police investigation on the West Coast. Authorities say they were called to an impound lot in Hollywood after someone noticed a foul odor coming from a car. Once inside, they discovered a wrapped in plastic. The car, which was a Tesla that belonged to a singer and Queens native who goes by the name David, spelled with A4 period.
As material found inside the Tesla was also found inside the garage of their home. It was announced police believe Celeste's crime took place in.
You thought you were going to get away with it and you left it in a car that's registered to you. You might as well have turned yourself in when the incident happened. Allegedly.
Inside the home where David was staying. Investigators obtained a search warrant to look for evidence inside the residence. The results of that testing have not yet been released, but it's important to note there's cameras to the entrance of the home, with TMZ writing, the homeowner says the cameras are positioned at entry points in the backyard and on the street, and he believes people cannot go in or out of the house without being recorded, as the police will search through the footage to find any proof of when Celeste was last seen, as it's possible Celeste was seen much more recently than everyone thought, with it reported David's brother and Celeste are seen at David's concert August 24th, where fan recordings picked up a girl that resembles Celeste on the railing above David's show. It's not confirmed to be Celeste, but she does look similar. It makes sense with the timeline of how David's brother usually would hang out with Celeste at his shows, because a video surfaced which was captioned. If this video is accurate, it means Celeste was still alive on June 27th, 2024. She's seen backstage at a David concert alongside his brother. Look closely, she's wearing those Hello Kitty sandals. Because it seems like whenever David was busy with performing his shows, his brother would hang out with her. Not to mention this video has her wearing the Hello Kitty sandals, which are the same sandals that are described in her missing persons poster. But at the same time of this backstage video coming out, David did a weird interview, as he described the character he uses in his music videos as his evil alter ego. Basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and the story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden, and he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was
I better watch these games these kids be playing. Oh my. The brain is needs to be protected by all costs. And some of this stuff that I see on some of these streaming sites, some of these games and some of these characters, oh my. I bet you that's where it is. Spirit, I don't know if it ended him or what, but
as a detective, I'd be like solving that I'm committing myself. And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it, like it was in the vault for.
As one reply reads, there's hundreds of crimes he could have used as his example when describing his alter ego, and he chooses to say that. I can't be the only one seeing how obvious this all is, right? Although Discord messages began leaking from David's account. New confirmed messages from David on Discord reveals his relationship with Celeste and the possibility of her being pregnant. A message from a year ago wrote, I'll join the group chat with wifey and give y'all the story time. Me and deleted user got a kid on the way. The deleted user was confirmed to be Celeste, because they matched the account's user ID with these two pictures her account posted, which is this photo of her hand with David tattooed in red on her finger, alongside this photo of her and David sitting backstage at one of his shows, making it clear that this was Celeste's account and she was hanging out with David often. But DJ Academics got a hold of the situation and reviewed the titles of David's songs.
Crashing, Where'd It Go Wrong, Ghost. Where Did You Go?
They tell on themselves in these songs.
Afterlife.
But it got even worse, because Academics leaked a new video of David cleaning shoes in a video he posted a year ago. As you can see, David cleans off Celeste's shoes that she wears in the left picture towards the end of the video.
Well, everything for the media, boy. They tell on you every time.
although her brother kept getting asked about the situation, so he responded saying, "Why are people lying saying that I knew more? I didn't. So I don't know why people are lying trying to make me look bad. Celeste did nothing but love me. I was one of the only people she loved. I never knew information about anything up until the last time she left." But David gave his first reaction soon after, and his fans didn't like it. There's no way that's David's first response to all of this happening. If he wants to show he's innocent, shouldn't he have gone about this differently? Because a new David interview resurfaced where he said he wanted to live on an island with no social media in 4 years, which is when Celeste would have turned 18 years old.
Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Okay, so the plan is hopefully this music thing takes off crazy next year.
Why is he saying, why are you saying that like you're not like up there?
Well, I'm not there yet, but hopefully it's like even crazier next year. And then I'm going crazy year after year for the next 3 years. And then on the 4th year, I retire. And on the 5th year, I'm off the grid, living somewhere like on an island with this crazy crib. No social media, no digital footprint. I'm just gone. I'm just gone.
No, he wish he would have did
In
that
5 years,
already.
I'm gonna be gone.
Will you still remember me?
Yeah, bro.
on,
You'll have like the secret codes to the mansion.
Yeah?
You can pull up on every
What's the secret code? Give us the first 2 numbers.
Absolutely
of the secret.
not.
As fans believed this was his plan all along. He wanted to make a bunch of money off his music career and retire early once Celeste got older, as David knew that him being involved with Celeste would be revealed at some point. Because fans noted that the question was where David wanted to be in 5 years, but he specifically answered for 4 years, almost like he had it planned the whole time. One comment wrote, "This clip was posted in January of this year, so she was 14, meaning it was 4 years to her 18th. Then later in the year, she was supposed to turn 15, 3 years to her 18th. He said he wanted to retire in 3 to 4 years because he was basing it off her birthday. To further show David and Celeste were together often, fans noticed that at one of David's shows he wore these bracelets, which just so happened to match the bracelets on Celeste in this photo. Due to this, it was announced California police currently locating famous artist David for arrest. Police have questions about his relationship with person found inside his Tesla. This got David's first official response to the situation, but it wasn't actually him responding, as the first activity we have seen of David since the news dropped is him playing Fortnite. It was announced, if anyone wondering where David is at right now, he's lurking and playing Fortnite, as people found his account, tracked it, and he was playing multiple games of Fortnite within the hour. But here's where it gets interesting. A resurfaced clip of David from January 11th, 2024 shows him with Celeste Rivas on stream, where he tells the mods to delete all videos and clips after he ends the stream.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Yo, thank you. Mitchell.
I gotta sign with him if you even.
Are we
We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
However, an investigator wrote, "This is the house where a search warrant was done yesterday, near where the Tesla registered to David was found. It appears to be linked to David or someone close to him. The Google Maps image from last year shows a similar Tesla parked in front of the house. The property is listed for lease at $20,000 per month and has been on the market since January. P.S. There are a ton of black Teslas in LA. I have no idea if this is the same Tesla, but I wouldn't be surprised, as located on the street of David's home, his car sits parked. Notably with Teslas, they have a 360 camera recording on a motion sensor, meaning if the setting was turned on for the cameras, the police will have video footage of someone putting Celeste in the car. Although it doesn't make sense why David reported his car missing, because it was found only 100 feet from his house. In case you didn't know, in the Tesla app, you can click and view the location of your car at any time. David knew his car wasn't stolen if it was still sitting by his house, so it makes no sense to report it missing, unless David wanted to give the illusion that he thought his car was stolen, and would make him less of a suspect. And surprisingly, it was actually working until they identified it was Celeste in the car.
David Tesla was repoed on September 8th. He started his tour August 5th, 9th. They said the car was sitting for over 30 days before it got repoed. He reported it missing in between that, but it's been sitting before he started his tour. He called to report a Tesla missing. Now chat, anybody in chat, go to Google and say, can I call Tesla? If my Tesla is missing, can I call Tesla to track it? Watch what it shows you. To call Tesla, a Tesla of all cars you reported missing. When you can call Tesla and get it tracked, that don't make sense. They said the car was sitting for over 30 days. So from when the car was impounded on the 8th, we can add 31 days plus add some change. That's days, if not a week or more, before he started his tour, bro. Dating a 13-year-old, bro. Probably got a
That's why he did that.
On top of this, David's home was just searched through by police. The news wrote, the police have searched a home where singer David had reportedly been staying. As it's been stated, they took a computer and multiple bags of evidence from the home. It's not known what was inside the bags, but clearly they thought some things were suspicious. Although in a weird turn, it's possible David was on stream with Celeste just a couple months ago as she waves her hand and has 2 ponytails in this clip.
Yeah, that's order.
Never eat gelatin unless you're ready to replace your entire wardrobe in the next 15 days. This is exactly what I'd do if I wanted to lose between 21 to 25 pounds in just 2 weeks.
Order.
Why you look good?
Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
W's in the chat, man.
Some fans have debunked that this was the actual missing Celeste, and instead it is another woman named Celeste Herrera. But this clip still remains very weird, because she wears the same Gap sweater as the missing Celeste had on in her missing person poster. Not to mention the glasses look extremely familiar to the glasses that Celeste wore on FaceTime with David. So with this being Celeste Herrera in the clip, it makes you wonder how obsessed David really was with the missing Celeste. Because not only did he go out of his way to become close friends with another person named Celeste, but he had her wearing the same sweater as the missing person's poster. Almost like he was trying to confuse people on who was who. Although Discord messages from the time Celeste first joined his Discord server have leaked. With David writing, "Is Celeste in here?" she responds, "Hi David." As it reported, Discord reveals David was dating Celeste when she was 12 and he was 17. Her last message on Discord was 3 months before she went missing in 2024. But the fan Discord was a huge issue, because it seemed like fans knew something wasn't right. They felt like David gave all his attention to only one group of his fans, with 2 fans messaging, "He only adds certain girls." I know, right? I'm not joking either. Another conversation even wrote, "David only talks to women from the server. They're also usually 15 to 16. This is a reliable source as well." Because the guy in the conversation is the same guy who helped David make music in 2022. However, he gave an actual video statement about his relationship with David and what happened.
And I just want to clear up the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was 13. I maybe heard her name once or twice. I had nothing to do with her. The stuff I have from 2023 was nothing to do with Celeste. These were other girls, underage girls, that had claimed David had messaged them or had, relationships with them, or, doing...
He had a pedophilia spirit. Wow. And he looks so innocent, in my opinion. You would have never have imagined. Oh, why so young, though?
Things with them. And I want people to know that in 2023 I did try and bring the situation to light, and a lot of people remember, I was having a lot of... It got so bad that David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email here that I received from his team in 2023. And basically they removed my song with David from, streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is, after that, I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people trying to get clout. There's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, no one else came out after that.
To further show that people knew something was wrong, before Celeste was identified in the Tesla, a Reddit comment knew it would be her in the car. As it wrote, "This guy's a weirdo. A close friend's sister from the area ran away last year and this is who she was with. We think her sister was letting her go."
So you mean to tell me this kid, because he's young himself, 17 with a 12-year-old, he's underage still, but that's still a far reach. Excuse me, 12 years old. Oh my God, 12 and 17. He's 5 years older than her. So he's going to reach his age as in a young adult before she is just reaching teenhood. She's in preteen as a 12-year-old. But, kudos to the guy that just was on the screen, saying that he tried to warn people. Let's hear it again.
Fan Discord was a huge issue, because it seemed like fans knew something wasn't right. They felt like David gave all his attention to only one group of his fans, with 2 fans messaging, "He only adds certain girls." I know, right? I'm not joking either. Another conversation even wrote, "David only talks to women from the server. They're also usually 15 to 16. This is a reliable source as well." Because the guy in the conversation is the same guy who helped David make music in 2022. However, he gave an actual video statement about...
You have to watch these streaming sites with your children. I got a friend that say his daughter is always on the game. It's like, man, y'all gotta make sure who they talking to, what they talking about. That's when they tend to run away because they're lured away by these people that's older than them, you know, trying to do whatever with them and control them. Most, in my opinion, most guys that are older that deal with these young girls that's much younger than them, whether they're adults and the girl is young, is because they need someone to control.
About his relationship with David and what happened.
And I just want to clear up that the stuff from 2023 was not about the Celeste girl that was obviously recently in the news. It's nothing to do with her. I didn't know about her. I didn't know she was 13. I maybe heard her name once or twice. I had nothing to do with her. The stuff I have from 2023 was nothing to do with Celeste. These were other girls, underage girls, that had claimed David had messaged them or had, relationships with them or, doing things with them. And I want people to know that in 2023 I did try and bring the situation to light, and a lot of people remember, I was having a lot of, it got so bad that David,
Look at that. They done swept it under the carpet just to protect this joker. That's crazy. His legal team, they all should be sued allegedly. Oh my.
David's legal team had got in contact with me to remove everything. I've attached an email here that I received from his team in 2023. And basically they removed my song with David from, streaming services because apparently I was spreading misinformation. The thing is, after that, I got in touch with David and I was like, yo, are the claims true and all of this? And he was like, he literally said, I've got it here. He said, no, it's just some people trying to get clout. There's no evidence and stuff. After that, everything was shut down. Everything, no one else came out after that.
To further show that people knew something was wrong, before Celeste was identified in the Tesla, a Reddit comment knew it would be her in the car. As it wrote, "This guy's a weirdo. A close friend's sister from the area ran away last year and this is who she was with. We think her sister was letting her go around. She was in the 7th grade at the time and the police swept his place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who's in the car. Nobody has heard from her in months. I won't release names, but she's from Lake Elsinore." But this comment was completely correct, as a photo released of David that connected him to the Lake Elsinore area. Academics wrote, "TMZ has confirmed that this photo shows David near the area where Celeste lived before she disappeared and was later found in the back of David's Tesla." The user who posted the picture alleges David was paying people to keep Celeste's age a secret. What makes the situation even weirder is David's music hints towards the crime. He has a major hit song titled Romantic H Word, which has the lyrics, "In the back of my mind, you passed. In the back of my mind, I got you. And I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true." As David explained the lyrics during an interview,
"In the back of my mind, you died." It's kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she, back of my mind. I didn't physically, but in the back of my mind, she, and I didn't even cry, not a single tear.
Because alongside the lyrics, Celeste's birthday is listed as September 7th, as he released the music video for the song on September 7th too. More music connections were linked to Celeste when it was found David made a song about a girl named Celeste in December 2023. As David sings, "Oh Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest, smell her on my clothes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed," as this is everything that has happened since it was identified that it was Celeste in the car. David has had all of his concerts canceled besides a couple that remain in Australia. However, like the video, if you think that David is involved, I'm curious to know how many of you do. After new evidence connects David into the passing of Celeste, there's news of the police searching for him. It begins with the
Searching for him. Did they find him? Did he get arrested? Oh, wow. This is 4 hours ago. Let's see.
We now have images of Celeste Rivas before she went and disappeared. But my question is, what is she running from?
B-A-S-A-L, you are now rocking with that dude Pascal.
What's up, y'all? We got some breaking news, some big images, some big video that just came out. We are finally getting some more insight of what happened here. I mean, it's not like a huge, like big, bombshell piece of information, but it is interesting nonetheless that we are finally seeing some surveillance footage of Celeste Rivas right before she disappeared from her home. So this is something very interesting. And as you see, when we see the video, the ongoing question I have is, what is she actually running from? Because you could see her like she's quickly trying to kick rocks. She's trying to get out of there. For what reason? We don't know. Is it to get back into the arms of David later on? I don't know. But it is interesting because you got to know she is a repeat runaway. She has a history of running away from her home. Her home is.
And it looks like that's what he. Well, I can't say that because I don't know how many runaways he have dated. I know that in the Discord chat, according to the guy, allegedly, he, talked to the younger girls. Those were his private. Excuse me. Those were his private. Uh, people he communicated with. So this is definitely not good. Y'all gotta protect your kids on these streaming sites. And I guess another thing is what's gonna come down the pipe is that there's gonna have an age restriction on it. Just like they did Meta, like they did Facebook. They had to put an age restriction on it because we got these weirdos, pedos, you know, attracting these young girls. So yeah. Mm-mm. Un Unreal. Let's see what he's saying. Hold on, let me switch out.
Is very troubled. She comes from a troubled home, but it is still a question of what is actually going on here, right? What is actually going on here? We're going to get into that in just a minute. Let's get into this article here before we go into the video, though. So, Celeste Rivas ran away from home multiple times in 2024, but it seems she didn't always disappear without a trace because security cam footage captured one time that she actually left. TMZ obtained video from a liquor store just down the street from where her family's home was, taken just after 7 a.m. on March 19th, 2024, in Lake Elsinore, where she's from. Okay, her and her family are from. In which a person in a black hoodie and white pants, identified by her family as Rivas, is striding down the street. She kind of like running, walk.
Sometimes when these runaways find a safe haven or they get connected to one of these older guys that's willing to take care of them or they think that makes them feel good or whatever the case may be, they don't want to go back home, especially if they're not getting treated, respected, and they have issues with their parents. They are going to come and go, especially when that lifestyle and the parent puts rules and regulations down. You got to be home by a certain time. Da da da. Now she wants to be grown. Now she's with a guy that's taking off in the industry, and but she's a baby, and she's not uh has the right to be out all those different times or what have you. So she's rebellion and hanging with her boyfriend, if you will. Oh, unreal.
Speed walking. You can see you'll see it in just a second. Another angle shows Rivas jogging around a corner, alternating between walk and a run before disappearing from the frame. So let's take a look at this. This is very, very, very interesting nonetheless. Let's take a look at this. And of course, there's no audio to this. It's just her walking down the street. But you can see it's Celeste, and she's kind of, she's doing a light jog. It's like she's in a rush. She's trying to get to somewhere. Maybe she's trying to get to a bus stop. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I don't know if they have like subway trains type thing or a metro link of some sort in the area. Like a train system or something like that. But you can see right here again, she's right up there. You see that arrow? She's running. She's booking around the corner. You know what I mean? So it does make you wonder, what's she running to? Running, walking. I mean, what's actually going on here? I think a lot of us are wanting to know what the heck is going on. But this is one of the many times she has disappeared. Okay. Very interesting stuff, right? And then, of course, she just keeps walking until she disappears. Here's another one. Running, walking. Again. So again, it does make you wonder, what is actually going on here, right? Why is this actually happening? Why? Again, she's known to run away. She's a repeat, she's a person who runs away a lot. Okay, I don't even know what the term is, a runawayer.
A runaway.
You know, but anyway, another person who is actually the owner of the liquor store where they got this security cam footage from, told TMZ that Celeste's sister came to the liquor store on March 19th and asked to review surveillance footage to see if she had run that direction and had run away. The sister said the person in the video was Celeste. So Nadaf, the owner of Del Lago Spirits, says that he gave the footage to the Rivas family in hopes that it would help find her. And this was the second time Celeste ran away from home. We know she ran away in January of 2024 and then was returned home after police found her in Hollywood, in the Hollywood Hills. And God only knows where could she have been. Maybe at this guy's house? I think it's fair to say that she was in this guy's house. But Celeste wasn't a wild girl by any means, Ellie says, and he never heard about any trouble at home. Though law enforcement sources told Rivas kept running away from home because she was staying in a troubled home.
Absolutely,
Ellie,
where she was.
okay,
Absolutely.
says he often saw Celeste come into his store to buy soda, chips, and gum. Police are still investigating her disappearance and her connection to David, the singer who owned the car that she was found in the frunk of that Tesla. Okay. We obtained a photo which showed David less than a mile from Rivas's home in Lake Elsinore, which is, of course, this right here. This photo right here. This photo has been shared like crazy. Some people are speculating that he's actually paying people off to not say anything about his relationship with Celeste. I don't know about all that. Okay. And of course, that's the teacher that said, hey, she was talking to me about being with a guy named David, right? The former teacher told students that she disappeared after connecting with David on social media in early 2024. But he says she was ultimately tracked down in Hollywood and returned to her family at that time before running away again. And I'm assuming running away for the last time, maybe? I don't know. But this is very, very interesting nonetheless. Of course, the owner speaks. So let's take a listen to what he has to say.
Tell me how this has really affected your emotions here.
It's in fact I have connection with all kids. Like I'm here for 11 years. I see this kids growing up in front of my eyes, and I have kids same age. It's hurt for you see all this generation like lost by social media and all this. It's sad. It's burned my heart for her family, for her as a young girl. It's hard.
If you've never cashed a $42,166 paycheck, then I've got good news.
She's beautiful, quiet, shy girl. It's not like from the wild girls. And I shocked when I find out first time when she ran away or missing.
I mean, I think that it's safe to say that, there may not be a wild child in this girl. It could literally just be, maybe it really was a troubled home. Not like this owner of this liquor store / grocery store, not like he's going to really know the ins and out of every single person that walks into his store. Right? So there may be information that he may not know. If police say that she came from a troubled home, there must be evidence that they found through their investigation to prove as such. Now, again, like I said, this is a guy who owns the local grocery shop / liquor store around the corner. Doesn't automatically mean he's going to know everything about every single customer that walks into the place. But nonetheless, it is interesting to see her.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. You can interview everybody you want to interview. You know, what the police know about returning her, they know. I believe she ran away. My opinion, allegedly, is when she met this guy on Discord and he lured her to want to come be with him. And it was good to her. And so when they brought her back home again, and she's not happy at home, allegedly, she took off again to go back to be with the David guy. That's my opinion.
Her like up and like kick rocks, right? Up and her running away. She's clearly trying to get somewhere very, very quickly. And again, the question is, where's she running to? My thoughts and my prediction, my assumption, speculation is that she was running back into the arms of David. That's what I truly think. I think that there was this unrequited love, star-crossed lovers, Romeo and Juliet type of thing, where it's young love, young taboo love, and she just, puppy love that just, she could not be with this guy. I think that's
so
what it is.
right.
I mean, let's not forget, she ran away a multitude of times, only for her to be found in the Hollywood Hills and brought back home, only for her to run back out there to the Hollywood Hills. And then guess what? Her body was found in the frunk of a Tesla in the Hollywood Hills. So clearly, to me, ever since she started talking to David, I think her inspiration was to get to him as quickly as possible. And you know what? Here's the other thing too. If it really was truly a troubled home, maybe David's home was a safe space. Maybe she felt...
She absolutely felt safe. Come on, man. You already know that's what time it was. She did feel safe. She got treated better in her opinion. She found love. They was having sex, allegedly. And it was good to her because these young girls are allegedly are a little bit more advanced than they tend to be, and they have especially if you get problems at home, they tend to have a more grown-up spirit on them. They have to defend for themselves, so they act a little bit more mature than what their age is, especially if it's a troubled home.
Safer over there than back at home. That could be it too. You just never really know. Again, like I've said before, these kids who are young and in love, they instantly are like, you don't understand me, mom. You know what I mean? You don't understand me, dad. We're in love. You know what I mean? So that could very well be what happened here, because there clearly is a relationship that was cultivated between these two. That's for sure.
From social media.
How did she get in the trunk? How did she get in the front trunk of that Tesla? That's the thing I want to get answered. We see her running away. Cool. How did she get in the trunk of that car?
I guess you got to listen to his album.
Comment down below. Let me know what your thoughts are. Hit that like button down below.
You got to listen to his video. His album, I guess. Oh, so did they arrest him yet? Mother's Facebook account leaked stuff? That's crazy. So unfortunate, man. This kid built everything to be trapped off in a relationship with a young girl younger than him. What is they saying? Something about the mom and her social media. He's probably paying everybody off. That's so sad. Once they start making money, people will do anything.
I love talking about Romantic Homicide in particular because it's the only song that I've ever made where everything was done in one take. Look, like the entire lead vocal, there's no cuts. The background vocals, no cuts. And the entire thing is only one lead and then just some oohs and ahs in the background. Literally every single word is improvised. As soon as I heard the first 15 seconds, I knew what I had to say. And the first word I said was, I'm scared, and everything else followed after. It was the most flow state-like thing of all time.
So then you stay in the closet to add those backing vocals?
Right.
Then one other layer, then you're out.
Literally, it's that quick. And then the rest of the process is just me hitting the 3 dots. And
That's sad. Sad, sad, sad. Let's move away from this kind of stuff. Unfortunate. Career thrown away, young girl dead. Ah, so sad. Cardi B pregnant. I've been on here for a little while now, but I like making Friday. If you will, echo of my reactions. I think that's what I'm gonna call Friday night echo of my reaction. I just like to hang out here and watch some of this foolishness because I really don't get a chance to watch videos like this. You might see stuff pop up on your feed or whatever, but I don't have time to sit and be on Instagram and Facebook and all of that all day. Although you have to keep your stuff up and you have to post and you have to post and you have to post. It's like, oh my. I'm glad. I'm learning it and I'm doing it because I want to know once I hand it over to somebody what they're doing. A lot of people get people to do stuff for them and ain't got a clue what they doing. At least I know what you're doing when you do it, when I hire you to do it. So, but this world's crazy. My girl Cardi B. Let's see. Cardi. I don't want any shorts. I want some regular YouTube videos. These are shorts. Let's see. There we go. David's team is exposed. Oh man, it don't look like I could move away from this. Hold on.
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
We've got some wild updates on the David case, and people are buzzing because nobody knows where this man vanished to. He's no longer tucked away in that Hollywood Hills mansion, and word is he and his manager just broke their $20,000 a month lease. Crazy thing is, how can you even cancel a lease on a house that still...
Listen. He's probably at that island that he said he was going to go to. Probably got enough money if he ain't done left the country already. Excuse me, we're going to see how smart he is if he outsmarted these jokers, because this just seems like a sequel out of some movie or some love book where this kid just, wow. Let's see what she got to say.
...marked as a crime scene. The guy who actually secured that mansion for David is none other than Josh Marshall, his right-hand man and manager.
Well, that makes sense, because he's probably not old enough to rent one on his own. Although they say he's 20 years old now. Some properties, that kind of money, probably no.
So technically, the lease was under Josh's name. But here's where it gets messy. Josh wasn't just some behind-the-scenes guy signing papers. He was all up in David's daily life. He handled the schedule, booked the studio sessions, moved with him everywhere. That means Josh had to know who was staying in that house. People online are saying there's no way he could have missed that a teenage girl was living there. Now, the homeowner, a man named Milledin, has been spilling to the press like he's on a press tour himself. He told the Daily Mail that Josh signed that lease in February 2024, which just so happens to be the same month Celeste first went missing from her family's home in Lake Eleanor. Then, after briefly returning home, she disappeared again in May that same year. That timeline is making folks connect dots in ways that don't look good at all. And get this, Milledin revealed Josh recently asked to terminate the lease and started hauling out both his stuff and David's belongings. Wait, so Josh wasn't just the landlord on paper? He was actually living in that house too? That flips everything on its head. If Josh was living there full-time, there's almost no way he didn't know what was going on. And if Celeste was inside that mansion, then Josh being right there makes it impossible to ignore the bigger question. Just how much did he really know?
I'm gonna give you the plot twist. Could the this is crazy, but I'm just gonna go with it. Could the manager have raped the girl, had sex with her allegedly, and she fought him, and she, some kind of way she hit her head, and so he framing David and putting it in David's car, and David got to be quiet. That's his main man. Hey, there's a plot twist. Always a plot twist. So guess what? David didn't really have to kill her. Pay attention now to what they're saying in regards to him owning the house. If he lived there, that means he was there when Josh and the girl was there. If the girl was hiding out there, means she could have been left there by herself when David left to go out or go somewhere. She could have been left in the house with Josh, and Josh could have tried to take advantage of her, and something happened. That's allegedly, but that's a plot twist.
Revealed they're packing up and moving out this week. Moving trucks are already lined up to pull everything out. They decided they couldn't stay another day in that mansion after everything that went down. But here's the thing. Did the police actually sign off on them clearing out all that evidence? Because the timing feels way too convenient. The owner himself admitted he didn't even know who David was or that he was living there until his real estate manager told him about the raid. Imagine owning a multi-million-dollar home and then finding out it's now linked to a case this disturbing. He said, "This has been such a big shock. I'm trying to process everything and anxiously waiting for the story to conclude. It's very disturbing. Honestly, I can't even picture being in his shoes. Learning something this dark went down in my own house would haunt me forever." And here's another detail. The mansion's location is shockingly close to where Celeste's car was found. The house sits right here, and the car was discovered barely a fraction of a mile away. We're talking maybe a 2-minute walk around the corner. That's how close this nightmare unfolded.
Investigate. It's not Celeste's car. We have to be so careful when we reporting this stuff and putting our 2 cents in on these videos. It was not her car. It was the boy's car.
Just were seen removing items from the Hollywood Hills home David was believed to be staying in before heading out on tour. The house is a short distance from where the Tesla was impounded and taken to a tow yard.
Now, Milledin has also spoken about Josh, and get this, he claims Josh was totally blindsided by the investigation, saying he had no idea what was happening under his own roof. But how believable is that? How do you miss something as massive as a teenage girl secretly living there, then allegedly losing her life, possibly being hidden and then moved into a Tesla, all without Josh catching on?
He knows.
That sounds impossible. Milledin himself admitted the question everyone's asking: who else is responsible? He said, "Like everyone else, I want to know who's responsible for this and how a little girl's disappearance could slip through so many layers of responsibility." And that's the real bombshell. Could more people be involved in this than just the obvious names? Because I've got a short list of people we need to break down. And yes, Josh is on it. It's heartbreaking. Nobody ever thinks a property they own could get tied into something this dark. The neighborhood was supposed to be secure, filled with gated homes and constant surveillance. And that's where it gets real interesting, because police now have access to all those security cameras. every angle of that Tesla, every second of movement around that street. It could reveal things that people never thought would come out. Meanwhile, the online comments are ruthless. One viral post said, "Even if he has nothing to do with this girl's death, which I doubt, he should be thrown in jail for dating a minor. He's despicable." And honestly, a lot of people are echoing the same sentiment because the public isn't buying the innocent act anymore. Recently, the community came together at Lake Eleanor for a vigil to honor Celeste's memory. It would have been her 15th birthday just a couple of weeks ago, which makes the entire situation hit even harder. People gathered at 7 p.m., lighting candles, sharing memories, and trying to bring some comfort to her devastated family. Local news outlets even captured clips of friends and neighbors, all emotional as they spoke out about David and the chaos surrounding this case.
Pal shows us the community remembered the teen with a candlelight vigil.
Sister, those hair vitamins you're taking, they're for 25-year-old white girls, not menopausal queens like us. At 52, when my edges vanished from relaxer damage and hormones, I tried everything.
Tears flowing during an emotional candlelight vigil in Lake Elsinore. A large crowd gathering near a memorial on the street where Celeste Rivas once lived to mourn the 15-year-old's death.
I'm feeling heartbroken, devastated for hearing about the news. I didn't know Celeste personally, but it hits home.
Former classmates, friends Celeste grew up with, and parents all shaken by her death.
The family has also set up a GoFundMe page, and they've already reached their $20,000 goal to cover the funeral costs. The page reads, "As many of you know, Celeste Vess Hernandez has been identified as the body found last week. She was a beloved daughter, sister, cousin, and friend. Her family is broken and devastated by this tragic loss. They are seeking help to lay her body to rest. Any funds you are able to donate will be greatly appreciated." It's gut-wrenching to think about what her family is going through right now, especially when you scroll through social media and see posts from her sister, sharing throwback pictures of them as little kids, smiling, innocent, and happy. Those memories hit way different now, knowing how this story ended. Here's where things take an even stranger turn. According to a source, Celeste might have still been in contact with her family even after she was officially listed as a missing person. Messages were reportedly coming in for over a year, texts to her sisters, cousins, and friends. But then, out of nowhere, everything stopped. No more calls, no more texts. Those messages are said to have suddenly ended around late July or early August. That's the window where things get chilling. And here's the kicker. David's tour launched on August 5th, which just so happens to line up perfectly with that time frame. It's the kind of timing that screams alibi, because now he can say, "I didn't do anything, I was on tour." But how convenient is that? People online are already pointing to this as the date everything went sideways, suggesting he may have wanted it to look like he was gone when something horrific happened. To make it worse, DJ Academics leaked a track that David was planning to drop, and the lyrics are disturbing. In the song, he talks about hurting someone, not just taking their life, but doing it in a car with blood soaking into the seats. Then he raps, "I've got time to kill. You've got time to... We've got blood to spill all over the new car seats. Ugh, you're bleeding out. Like, how graphic can you get?" And then, almost smugly, he says, "I've got a lawyer up." Speaking of lawyers, Marky, you might want a lawyer up too because your boy David already did.
Why did you do it to her? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I thought we were just having this talk about, like, joking about shit is weird, like, joking around about death, and then y'all are sitting here just making jokes that I'm a pedo and a murderer, bro. Alright, bro, like, it's not jokes you did and stop trolling. Like, bro, like, what is wrong? Like, some of y'all just be typing some weird-ass shit. Like...
He's hired attorney Blair Burke from the powerhouse firm Breyer LLP in Los Angeles. And let me tell you, Breyer isn't just any firm. That they're known for representing some of the most controversial figures out there. We're talking about names like Kanye West and Prince Andrew, This isn't your everyday legal defense team. This is the type of firm you hire when you're ready for a battle in the public eye and in court. The firm officially goes by Burke, Rittler, and Burke. And yes, they're the ones stepping in to defend David. So far, they've stayed silent. No official statements, no press spin, nothing. But let's be real. This is one of the toughest and priciest defense teams in Los Angeles. David clearly isn't holding back when it comes to legal firepower. And the thought of him possibly slipping out of this because of high-priced lawyers, that's sending chills through people online. Because here's the thing, the evidence feels stacked. The songs, the messages, the photos, the Discord leaks, it all paints a story that seems almost impossible to twist around. Even his so-called alibi with the tour doesn't clear him. If anything, people think it looks like a cover-up. The fact that he literally incorporated a casket and funeral imagery into his performances while singing about taking lives, that feels like someone flaunting what they've done, not hiding it. No wonder the public has already painted him guilty in their minds. And while the internet debates his fate, the only person who truly deserves sympathy here is Celeste and her grieving family. Nobody's buying excuses anymore. One comment online read, "She lied about her age." But come on, that argument doesn't hold up. She was officially reported missing. That means David was harboring her regardless of any lies. Another user posted photos of Celeste back in 2021 when she first crossed paths with David. She was visibly a child. The idea that he thought she was 19? Impossible. She was barely 12, and for 6 months after he turned 18, he was still chasing her. People are calling it exactly what it looks like, predatory. One post hit especially hard, "David is sick," and anyone defending him is just as sick. That's the kind of anger fueling this case, because for many, the world failed Celeste. Seeing her face in old pictures now feels morbid, painful, and haunting. To bring it back to the community, Kaylee, one of the organizers behind Celeste's vigil in her hometown, actually spoke out about what she remembered from the time she saw Celeste. And hearing her words just makes the whole situation even heavier. What's even more shocking is how many layers of negligence seem to surround this whole case. People are starting to dig deeper into David's inner circle, asking who else might have looked the other way. Because for over a year, Celeste was seen in online posts, little hints of her presence popping up, but somehow nobody stepped in. It's not like David was moving in silence. He was flaunting his lifestyle, throwing parties, posting cryptic lyrics, and still managing to stay under the radar. How does something like that go unnoticed for so long? Investigators are reportedly looking at communication records now. tracing back who was messaging Celeste during that missing but still active period.
Mike Elsinore neighbor recalls seeing Celeste walking home from school before she ran away. She created the memorial, giving everyone a place to grieve.
Even though I didn't know her, I just couldn't even breathe, knowing that a child had to go through that.
My nephew went to school with her since kindergarten, and I just want to say, just as a whole, just if it was my daughter, I wouldn't want her to be forgotten. I just want justice for this little girl, because whatever happened to her, it wasn't just an accident. I don't want her to be forgotten.
Was it really her sending those texts to family and friends, or was someone else using her phone to keep up the illusion she was fine? That detail could completely change the timeline of events, and people online are already speculating that this was a way to buy David more time before everything collapsed. Then there's the disturbing symbolism in his music videos and performances. Fans who once cheered him on are now rewatching old clips and noticing things they missed, like references to young girls, cryptic coffin imagery, even him joking about secrets no one would ever find out. What once seemed like edgy artistry is now being reinterpreted as straight-up confessions. And honestly, it's making everyone ask if he was hiding the truth in plain sight. On top of that, the connection between his manager Josh and the house is raising even more suspicion. If Josh was living there, involved in day-to-day life, how could he have been so blind? And if he wasn't blind, what exactly was he covering up? Because according to the homeowner, Josh acted shocked. But the timeline makes it almost impossible to believe he didn't notice anything. The case is starting to look less like a one-man operation and more like a web of people who either enabled or ignored what was going on. And with every leak, every resurfaced lyric, and every timeline update, the story only gets darker and harder for David and his team to explain away. And just think about this for a second. That little girl we've been talking about was so young, so small, that neighbors probably never even considered she could be at risk in a case tied to a rapper. That's what makes this whole situation feel so sick and twisted. Nobody ever imagined a child like her being pulled into something this dark, and yet here
Yeah. Tell me. You gotta choose your side. You gotta choose your side. It's do or die. I said it's do or die. I said it's conflict in all areas, nigga. You choose the side. You could win or you could lose, nigga. It's do or die. Energy don't lie, it just testify. For what they saying, I just look them deep into their eyes. Going against the God in me, now that's suicide. Higher self, higher level, higher wealth. To move like this, you gotta put your pride up on yourself. They say money is power, but knowledge way stronger.
What you say is true. The Shaolin and the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. Do you think your Wu-Tang sword can defeat me?
They say money is power, but knowledge way stronger. My soul pure gold, so I live way longer. My mind think righteous, yeah, my bloodline chosen. My energy is positive, words unspoken, I'm so illuminated. I shine brighter than Illuminati. Walking on water, now they really know I'm God body. Gifted from birth, so the life I face is hard body. Had so much love in my heart, they had to apply pressure. Now I'm a fine diamond, yeah, said I'm a fine diamond.
And the Wu-Tang sword style.
No matter how hard they try, I find myself in divine timing. Now they follow what I say like my name Simon. Led the chosen ones to victory in divine timing. The time is near, the signs are clear. 144, activation is here. We rise in the vibration with no fear. Oh, with the Thundercats we all hear, and now it just don't seem fair. It just don't seem fair.
What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary?
Is it the capability to throw a little? Breaking news tonight. The singer, David Anthony Burke, known as David, it looks like D4VD, has fled his $20,000 a month home, breaking a very expensive lease. Why? Why run out and flee your home in the middle of the night? Are you concerned about what forensic evidence is found in the home, or does it hold bad memories? This is a blood-soaked video emerges after a teen girl, just 13 years old when she goes missing, Celeste, is found dead in the trunk of his Tesla. LAPD, why no arrest? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. You could smell the trunk as you approached the Tesla. How could somebody put a then 13-year-old little girl in a trunk and leave the car there for weeks on end? An integral part of any homicide investigation is a timeline. It's critical. Based on a timeline, you can alibi people, you can unalibi other people that you're looking at as a suspect. It changes everything. And in the last hours, a video has emerged potentially placing this little girl, just 13 years old, when she goes missing, at a David D4VD concert in Maryland on August 24. Significance. Very quickly, Dave Mack joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Dave Mack, when was Celeste's body found in David Burke's Tesla trunk?
She was found on September the 8th.
And it had been sitting out on the street in posh Hollywood Hills for weeks that we know of. So that gives me a timeline. That's what I'm getting at. And this will be very significant when we have Dr. Kendall Crowns, renowned medical examiner, explain the degree of decomp in this little girl's body. So if she is alive, if this is in fact her in the video, August 24, and then we've got September 7, that gives me a timeline. Let's take a look at the video right now. This video has been circulating. Video from @Clips of David on TikTok. Now, isn't it true? Melissa McCarty joining me, investigative reporter, host of the Killer Genes podcast, author of The Making of a Crime Reporter. Melissa, thank you for being with us. Isn't it true that Celeste's body was found in a black tube top and ripped jeans? Isn't that true, Melissa?
She was about 75 miles away from where she was living with her family in Lake Elsinore in the Hollywood Hills.
Now, I'm going to come back to you on that, Melissa, because I don't think she was living with her family anymore. She was at one time, and then she goes missing. And according to neighbors that we have heard about tonight, she had been living with this grown man, David Anthony Burke, a.k.a. David, for a long time. Some sources date her relationship back to her age 11. Did you see that picture of her as a little girl? Yeah, age 11. We can establish age 13. You are seeing video from @Clips of David on TikTok. I want to see that again
because now we are learning. We are learning. Moses Castillo joining me, former supervisor detective at LAPD, private investigator for the Dordillion Law Group. Castillo, look at this. People are saying, no, that's not her. So it's a young girl that looks just like her, that is wearing her clothes, that is in a balcony reserved for special guests and family. And Moses Castillo. By the way, this is from @Clips of David on TikTok. Moses, same clothes. People are saying, oh wait, I don't think that's her. Sure looks like her. Who should I believe? Them or my lying eyes?
Yes, I believe it is her, and I believe many people also believe it's her. I've been getting several DMs on my social media with that same video saying, oh my gosh, he killed her in August.
Guys, this is from a Silver Springs, Maryland concert, August 24. And if true, these photos create a timeline from August 24 until her decomposing body is found in Burke, artist known as David, Tesla, in an impound lot on September 8. It's reported the Tesla was parked on the street for about a month before being reported abandoned. There is, I assume that is the front of the tow lot. It was reported abandoned September 3. Now, we now have a timeline from August 24 to September 3. Not when the body was discovered in the parking in the tow lot, but when it was reported abandoned. The body was already in there. We have now narrowed the timeline down from August 24 to September 3. Joining me right now is a renowned medical examiner. And when I say that, I mean it. I go to Dr. Kendall Crowns repeatedly.
One thing about it, Nancy Grace, go get to the bottom of it, that Nancy Grace is good at what she does. I appreciate her artistry and her professionality and her criminality. And she came about doing this because her fiance was, I believe, taken out while they were on a date on the way coming home. And that haunted her so much so that she became this criminologist in the way that she is. But I appreciate her artistry.
On and off air with questions. Why? Because he has performed over 10,000 autopsies. I'm talking accident, natural causes, suicide, homicide, and of course, undetermined deaths. He has autopsied infants, the elderly, bizarre deaths, and found the answer from inside his morgue. He is the host of a hit podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue, and he is a chief medical examiner in Tarrant County, that's Fort Worth, and esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU. Dr. Crowns, what does this mean to you, the fact that we have a narrow timeline, August 24 to September 3? Her body was in an advanced state of decomposure. I don't even know if we're going to get a COD, cause of death.
Well, with individuals that have been placed in trunks or have been murdered and then not found for a period of time, especially in a warm environment, you can have a significant amount of decomposition occur where the body begins to bloat or fill up with gases. It turns a discoloration of a green discoloration and almost gets a black color at some points. The skin starts to slip off. And this can obscure injuries, but it won't completely obscure gunshot wounds and knife wounds. It can actually make strangulations hard to detect. But all in all, you can still
Dr.
find...
Crowns, can you see your monitor? As you're just tripping, as the word just tripping off your tongue, you see who we're talking about, that little girl. You're talking about her body turning green and then black and how, I don't know how you do that, how you just look at this gorgeous little girl, just 13 at the time she goes missing, and talk about her skin turning green. Okay, that's for you and your shrink to figure out. How are we going to get a COD on this little girl?
Well, by doing a complete autopsy, they'll be able to evaluate the body for injuries and any fractures or anything of that nature. You can look at the neck structures, looking at the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the neck, looking for fractures, things of that nature. You can look at the skeletal system, looking for fractures of the bone. You can still see the skin surface, even though they're decomposing, and you can see injuries that look like gunshot wounds or stabbings. The only problem is when the body is decomposing, if you get insect activity, insects can alter how injuries will look, and they can also create their own burrowing into the body that can look like injuries themselves. So you're going to want to look for blood
Okay, stop
at
right there,
those
please.
sites.
You are now talking about a very, very advanced technology, and it is forensic entomology, where
Yo, this makes it even more cringing when you hear this guy sharing what he's sharing regarding the body in the state that it was found. Like, this little girl was just thrown away like she was nothing. This has got to be, horrific on so many levels, that is going to put something to these streaming sites, especially this Discord. And oh my God, wow, they're gonna get strict and stricter. That's definitely gonna get strict. But this puts it in a whole nother context. Just hearing him, the way he's saying how this little girl suffered after the fact. I mean, wow.
the age of, for instance, a blowfly, a maggot, the age of the maggot can determine how long the body has been dead, because maggots or blowflies appear at a certain point in decomposition. So if they're 1 day old, 2 days old, 3 days old, if they have already laid their own eggs, that can give you a date of death. Did I enunciate that correctly?
Yes, the life cycle of a blowfly can be helpful in trying to help pinpoint the time frame in which this individual died. Although the life cycle can be altered by things like cocaine, which can speed up the life cycle. So you have to take into effect the environmental conditions around it when you're making those determinations on how long that individual's been dead.
Many listeners and viewers have asked, how can a blowfly get into a sealed trunk? And as you know, with a Tesla, it's a frunk. The trunk is in the front. But they somehow managed to get in spaces that seem to be hermetically sealed. I don't know how they do it, but they do get in. And their existence can help you pinpoint a time of death. Now, I'd like to draw the attention of our veteran trial lawyer, Troy Slayton, to a video I'm about to play. Slayton, out of this jurisdiction, LA criminal defense attorney at Slayton Lawyers. Let's roll the video, please. Take a look, Troy Slayton. Oh, who's that? Oh, it's the artist known as David. What's he doing? Oh, he's putting a dead, bloody body into a car trunk. Let's just let that soak in for a moment. Okay, Troy Slayton joining me. Guys, this is from David YouTube. That's not helping any potential defense.
So we're going to prosecute people now because of their art. We're going to prosecute people because of music videos that were heavily produced and edited and created by a team of creative experts. I don't think so, Nancy. He also had a casket on stage sometimes when he would perform. So just because he was obsessed with these morbid themes, that doesn't mean that he's a murderer.
I don't think that's really helping anything that you bring up. He had a casket.
Wouldn't this be the perfect thing for somebody who wanted to frame him?
I'm totally not hiring you anymore. When I murder someone, if you're going to bring up that I've been obsessing on a casket, and then
I told you there's a plot twist to this. And you heard what he said. Somebody would want to frame him so that I'm telling you, my spirit is telling me he may not have. But then, some of his lyrics and some of his songs point to that he could have. But the plot twist, he may have known she was killed by one of his buddies or his manager, maybe. She's a little girl. They probably took advantage of her. They might have killed her together, allegedly. Man, this gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Listen to the lawyer. Listen how good these lawyers are. He's right. He could have been framed from just the way he does what he does in his songs that he made. And his songs that he made could have absolutely came from the fact of him knowing that this little girl that he was in love with got murdered by one of his buddies because they, took advantage of her, and an accident happened and she hit her head, or allegedly anything. Though, think about it. You gotta have a mind deep enough to think, and logically enough, rationally enough to whatever. This boy may have not, but he may have known. Still, like I said, it makes you guilty on so many levels. But we're gonna see. Let's see how this lawyer rolls, because this lawyer is rolling right where I would, if as a defense attorney, would say he was framed.
Then I commit a murder? No. No, Slayton. Freedom of art.
He's obsessed with this
No,
anime
let's see the
culture.
video again. It's not just that he may be obsessed with death. Here's an MO. You know what that is, right? Modus operandi, method of death, method of operation. Can I see the video? This is not a casket. This is him dragging a body.
What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary?
Is it the case?
Wow. This is deep on so many levels. And I don't know if these videos were made before the little girl passed away or after. I guess she's going to get to this. But a real good defense attorney can handle this very well. But, wow. Nancy's right, though. I got to give it to Nancy. I mean, it's all speculation, and what's that other word that they use in the court of law? I don't know. It'll come to me. When it comes to me, I'll stop the video and
Capability to throw a little mud around.
That's a classic.
Doesn't he? As you say, for art's sake, and putting it in a trunk, a dead body, a bloody dead body in a trunk. That's the method of operation here.
There's all sorts of other imagery that's going on here, and this is a person, an artist, who's obsessed with Japanese anime, which glorifies certain death and alter egos. He talked about having an alter ego that was obsessed with death, and so I don't think that somebody's music video.
Well, you know what? That's really interesting that you would say that, because you remember the name Orenthal J. Simpson, right? O.J. Simpson. He talked about sports on TV, but he also had a premonition that he murdered his wife Nicole, and he did. Dr. Angie Arnold is joining us. Angela Arnold. Trust me, if you did it, I am not making a cameo appearance as a defense attorney. Just know that. And while you chalk this up to freedom of expression and First Amendment, you know what? Just stop with that. Dr. Angela Arnold is a psychiatrist who has been voted to the top of all sorts of accolades. She's an Angela Arnold MD and former professor of psychiatry.
I love Nancy Grace. Ah, man, I love her. Nancy Grace is not something to play with, boy. She keep it real, raw, and relevant.
At Emory University, former medical director at psychiatric clinic at Grady Memorial, which is known for its high traffic. Dr. Angie, thank you for being with us. Yes, Troy Slayton, I knew he was going to fall back on the First Amendment there. But I want you to look again at your monitor and tell me who creates that? Who? I mean, think about Picasso. Remember how he treated women in his life like crap? And I'm putting that very mildly. And his art showed them dissected and in cubes and their bodies all ripped apart and very ugly, like their tongues hanging out and their eyes one over here and one over here. Yes, that was freedom of expression too. And he also hated women. So help me out with this video. I'm not saying this is State's Exhibit number 1. I think we're going to have hard evidence if this ever goes to trial as to who murdered this little girl. But I want you to analyze this video.
So Nancy, the control and domination that can be shown in this are signs for the musician of hypermasculinity. So that is what we're seeing in his performance. That is what he is enacting. He is enacting the thoughts in his head that give him hyper masculinity.
I'm not really sure how you're equating depicting murder and hiding the body in a car trunk with masculinity, but again, that's for a shrink to figure out. What?
It's for, because these are signs of control and dominance. What more control could you have over someone than wrapping a body up and putting it in the trunk of a car? To me, that is the sign of ultimate control.
Actually, Troy Slayton does have a good point. The video in itself proves nothing, and it can be argued it's just his art. So let's talk about hard evidence. I want to see the picture that some say is not Celeste, who happens to be, according to Melissa McCarty joining us, star of Killer Jeans podcast. Some are saying that's not her. So I guess it's somebody wearing her tube top and her jeans with similar hair. Can I see the video? I don't know how to act it out for you. With the same hairstyle, the same mannerisms, and sitting in the box reserved for friends and family. This clip from David on TikTok.
Photos circulating alleging Celeste was with David at his concert in Silver Springs, Maryland on August 24th. If true, these photos create a timeline from August 24th until her dismembered, decomposing body is found in David's Tesla in an impound lot on September 8th. It's reported the Tesla was parked on the street for a month before it was reported abandoned on September 3rd and towed on September 5th.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. The Fed has finally dropped interest rates, and that's great news for American homeowners. Wages are flat, prices keep climbing, and for many people, the only way to make ends meet is to use credit cards. If you are a homeowner, please call American Financing. Interest rates have dropped. Many homeowners are seeing options in the low 5s. Compare that to credit cards charging rates in the 20s. Or higher. You're racking up debt on interest alone. American Financing's salary-based mortgage consultants save customers an average of $800 a month. If you get started now, you may even be able to delay your next mortgage payment altogether. Take control of your finances. Don't drown in debt. Call American Financing today, 866-888-0344. 866-888-0344, or just go online to AmericanFinancing.net/Nancy, and good luck.
Wait. Oh, look at answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer. Which one?
13-year-old girlfriend is found dismembered and decomposing in your Tesla.
Neighbors complained about a foul odor coming from the Tesla.
Neighbors now reporting that Celeste Rivas had been living with the artist known as David, it looks like D4VD, for a long time. So how old was she when she moved in with him? And what interest would he have in a little girl? Curious. That video we just showed you is him with her. That's her in life. She's dead, found decomposing in his Tesla trunk. I want to show you another video that we dug up. Take a look at this. The words, I got time to kill, you got time to fill, we got blood to spill all over the new car seats that I'm sleeping on. Okay, let that sink in just for a moment. You got time to fill. We got blood to spill all over the new car seats that I'm sleeping on. She's dead. I'm curious. Straight out to Tammy Ballard joining us, DNA crime scene consultant, crime scene investigation and reconstruction, former DNA criminalist in the San Diego PD crime lab. Never a lack of business there. Tammy Ballard, thank you for being with us. Explain to me, I know all the focus is on the trunk of that car, where her body was not only decomposing, but dismembered. Tell me there's not going to be a tertiary crime scene such as where her body was dismembered. That said, all the focus is on the trunk. What about the rest of the car? What about the seats of the car? He sings about blood on the car seats. How do you process a scene like this? How long will it take, Tammy Ballard?
The rest of the vehicle is fair game. You are going to need to be looking up and you're going to need to be looking under. You always want to see what's on the ceiling of the vehicle. You want to see has wicked through possible seats, because a lot of the cleaning that gets done doesn't actually get rid of any of the blood if this truly is the crime scene. So a lot of the issues are going to be, where do we find the blood, and making sure you don't miss the blood. So literally pulling those seats out, cutting through that material, and making sure that there is not blood saturated through onto that foam, which is definitely some of my cases.
Okay, Tammy Ballard, you just brought up a really interesting point, and I hope LAPD criminologists are hearing what you're saying. It's reminding me of the murder of a little boy, and when you look at his room, you don't see anything. You see no evidence of a crime at all. When criminologists ripped up the carpet, on that carpet liner that goes under your carpet between the cement or the hardwood floor and the actual carpet, there's a map. There's like a filler right there. It was soaked with the little boy's blood, but you couldn't see it. So you're saying, Tammy Ballard, which many people have not discussed this, you're saying the seats have to be ripped open to see if blood has soaked down into the foam under the car seat cover. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And I have worked those carpets from residents as well. That Elizabeth Sullivan case in San Diego is a big one. It actually had saturation stains all the way through to the wood.
Oh my God. What a young little girl. 13, 14, 15. However old she was very young. Why when he turned 18, he didn't realize that he had to let her go? He could have went and did his thing for the 5 years and came back and got her. That would have been the safest thing to do, boy. You can't let your emotions mess you up. Like, his whole career is interrupted now. I don't see no comeback from this. I absolutely do not see a comeback from this. Whether he's found not guilty or not, it does not matter. He's already been
subfloor, and that's because you have that wicking material just like you would have in the foam seating of a vehicle. And if you try to clean that, say with a carpet cleaner or some sort of cleaning agent on top of a car seat, that doesn't necessarily get rid of that blood. And usually, sad to say, with a case like this, there's probably going to be a lot of blood. They're going to assume that they've been able to clean that up if they were still using the vehicle or the residence. and but you can't get rid of it once it gets through that surface. So hoping that they do a very thorough job and just absolutely tear that vehicle apart and tear his residence apart.
Tammy Ballard, I assume that you've seen your car get its oil change, right? At an oil change station, not you sliding under it in your garage, but where they jack it up and then they go under it and work or repairing. That's what has to be done here. We just investigated the case of missing mom, Nikki Chang, and her bloody sheets were found in the trunk of her truck. But when the car was jacked up and they looked under it, blood in mass quantity had leaked down into the underworkings of the car. Changing oil, not a good example. You don't need to necessarily get under the car for that. Car repair. They're going to have to jack this car up to see if blood has soaked down. How does that work?
Whoa. Nancy Grace. Unreal. This is so sad. Sad.
It's going to have to put it up on. They should have the equipment available, especially with LA, to put those up on jacks where you can actually get a very thorough analysis of under the vehicle. But I would say the undercarriage of the vehicle. But I would also stress that this is probably, if it's the crime scene, the primary crime scene, it's going to be most likely contained within that vehicle with all of those materials that can actually.
That's just it. If that's the primary crime scene, or was the body bought and put in the trunk of the vehicle? I don't know. I find it pretty strange. My opinion, it was bought. The body was bought to the vehicle, especially if they said the body was wrapped. If not mistaken, they said that the body was wrapped. But let's see. Keep going.
Soak up blood. I've had a case where a woman was stabbed 91 times in the passenger seat. Very, very thorough cleaning by the perpetrator, but you're obviously going to miss something. So there's good thing is that most people can't effectively clean up a crime scene to absolutely get rid of everything. So I would be willing to bet there's some decent evidence within that vehicle.
And in this one, Tammy Ballard, I think that's quite the understatement, because the killer left the body in the trunk. I don't think there was an extensive cleanup at all. And curious, before I move on to the next topic, Tammy Ballard, you said you have to look up and down. Down would be cutting open the seats and looking at the foam under the seat cover and the undercarriage of the car. But up, you said you have to look at the top of the car and the dome. Explain why. And you're right, of course.
I think most people forget. I shouldn't say most people forget. I would hope that most people in this field would remember to always look up. You need to look at the ceiling of that vehicle. If that's where that crime scene occurs, you need to look behind the mirrors, everything, just to see if there's any potential blood spatter evidence that's present that could easily get overlooked if you're not very, very thorough and looking at the entirety of the inside of that vehicle.
We learned that overnight, the musician known as David flees his $3+ million mansion. He was paying $20,000 a month and breaks a lease. So getting out of that mansion was more important to him than losing a lot of money.
Burke was living in a home leased by his manager, Josh Marshall. But since police served a search warrant looking for blood at the residence, the singer decided not to live in the $20,000 a month home. The owner, Mladen Trifunovic, says Marshall signed the lease in February, and he didn't know Burke was living in the house. After the raid, Trifunovic says they didn't want to live there anymore and are breaking the lease. The home was previously owned by Halle Berry.
You're not seeing a really good shot of it. The beautiful side of the front. Oh, by the way, these shots are from our friend Harvey Levin over at TMZ. Take a look at this. So he leaves and breaks a lease. Coincidentally, Melissa McCarty joining us, investigative reporter and host of Killer Jeans podcast. He breaks a lease to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. He may have had to pay out the lease. I don't know how many years. It was $20,000 a month for how long? How many months? How many years?
That's a lot
He
of
breaks
money.
the lease and flees in the middle of the night. Tell me about the search of that mansion that just went down, the mansion that once belonged to Halle Berry.
Well, police officers are looking for anything to help build a case at this point. So they're looking for traces of blood throughout the property. They're also collecting all kinds of electronics because they also, a huge issue here, they need to prove the extent of this relationship that he had with this child. You know, so they're looking at communications, when they met, what age was she when they connected. So anything that could help them build a physical and digital forensic pathway.
You know, I'm very curious to Moses Castillo joining us, former LAPD detective, supervising detective. How do you go about placing the time she started living there? According to neighbors, it was a long time ago. And she went missing at age 13. Some allegations the relationship started much longer than before she was 13, much longer before.
Yeah, one of the things they'll do is they're going to analyze all the digital evidence, cell phone records, cell site locations, any interviews with people close to the family, close to her friends, interviewing students from her classroom. All those are going to be very important to conduct in a very thorough manner.
Troy Slayton joining us, a veteran defense attorney out of this jurisdiction, LA. Troy, I guess you're going to tell me that it means nothing that he fled the home they shared. So I guess he never thought she was going to walk back in the front door.
Well, you said that he broke his lease. I think that the reporting is that his manager actually is the one who signed the lease, is the one who is legally responsible for the $20,000 a month lease payment. It was not.
See, that's where y'all got to pay attention. That boy, this is how these people get off with good lawyers that have good facts. That makes a lot of good sense.
The artist known as David. And I would think that after the police conduct a raid at a home and remove all types of evidence, I wouldn't want to be there either. So I think that seems perfectly reasonable.
So you don't think there's any chance that Celeste was actually killed there? By the way, this video from our friends at Fox 11.
Oh, she certainly could have been. And I think that there's a lot of video. Look, we live in the digital age where everyone has a Ring camera. Everyone in that neighborhood has advanced security systems and CCTV. The police are going to be combing through everything. If a body was dragged out of that house, we're going to eventually have video of it. Either video from the house security footage itself, or by a neighbor, or by the Tesla, which also has about 6 cameras all around it that are recording at various times.
Come on, lawyer, tell us.
Hello, Nancy Grace here. To all of you homeowners, when's the last time you checked on your home title? If the answer is never, well, this is for you. Scammers steal home titles. Your equity is the target. Criminals forge your signature, and just like that, your home title is transferred out of your name.
Boy, this boy is in trouble.
So you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use our promo code Nancy at HomeTitleLock.com for a free title history.
This guy is going to, either way it goes, you know, whether he did it, I'm just going to keep saying it, or he did not do it. He's either accomplice, a co, or the defendant. So, and then I'm wondering if they can prove the timeline of the dating, if he can be charged with that for dating a minor. Wonder because one thing about it, if they can't get him on that murder, they gonna get him on something because they feel like he did it. You know, it all of the evidence. The word came to me again, the type of evidence, and now I can't say it. It's okay, but it's all speculates towards the word came to me and I lost it. It all speculates towards the fact that he possibly could have done it allegedly. And with if that's his lawyer, there's some good behind lawyer, you know. And the deal is they don't have to convince anybody that he didn't do it. All they have to do is convince the jury reasonable doubt. Okay? And if the jury has reasonable doubt from the way that case gets put on, then the boy could absolutely walk free.
Corset is seen walking into the home, but not much after that. She is seen being carried out of the home and placed in the killer's car trunk. Keep watching. It's like he doesn't even care if the neighbors are watching, much less their security cams going the whole time. Yeah, he puts little Miranda in the trunk, slams it shut, and then wipes his hand like, okay, task accomplished. My only question is video going to emerge in the current case of a little teen girl found dead in a trunk? I'm referring, of course, to Celeste Rivas. Joining me in All-Star Panel to make sense of what we are learning, and I'd like to see now the photos taken by TMZ, our friend Harvey Levin, that show the outside of the home. As you see, the red arrows are pointing at what we believe to see home video. Take a listen to this.
Police are scouring the area around the home where the Tesla with the dismembered and decomposing body in the trunk was parked before being towed, and they are looking for video. The rental home has security cameras positioned at all entry points in the backyard and on the street, so people can't go in or out of the house without being recorded.
What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary?
Is it the capability to throw a little mud around?
That's a classic.
Doesn't need to be roomy enough for the family.
I have no idea who these people are.
Former supervising detective at LAPD. I want to hear your take on that, what you would make of it if any of that video had been deleted, if that's true, and how that video, especially if it's up in the cloud, how is that video recaptured and used?
Yes, Nancy, what they're going to do is a very, very thorough search of this location from top to bottom. And information I have is that the prosecution team is already on board with the elite team of detectives at Robbery Homicide Division. So that tells me that they're being very careful.
Slow down the train. Because my follow-up question to you is going to be, why is this being investigated by robbery at LAPD? This is not about a robbery. This is about a homicide. But you're telling me an assistant district attorney has already been assigned to the case?
Yes, Robbery Homicide Division is the elite team of detectives that investigate not only robberies but homicides as well, especially those complex murder investigations. And I have information that an assigned prosecutor is already on board with this team of detectives, and that's awesome because they get to see things real time, not playing catch up at a later time.
I want to talk to you about the fact that you're saying LAPD robbery homicide. Much has been made online that LAPD robbery is investigating the case, but you're saying it's one and the same, robbery homicide?
Yes, it's actually named Robbery Homicide Division is the name of the division. It's a specialized unit that the best of detectives are assigned to this unit, and they investigate the most complex.
Good to know. Because Castillo, I want to just put out that fire right now for our online sleuths. Don't stop sleuthing. Keep sleuthing. But let me take you off that particular avenue of inquiry. So, Moses, you're saying that all of this cam video is being amassed. And if this girl was carried out or walked out of that mansion at any time leading up to the discovery of her in the musician known as David's Tesla trunk, we're going to get it. And that includes next door neighbors, neighbors across the street, you name it. And think about this, Castillo. What about cam video of who was moving that car from place to place to place in Hollywood Hills and who put it there to start with? Because whoever did that is somebody I want to talk to, Castillo.
Absolutely. And you know what? The Teslas record video all the time. So I'm sure they're going to look at that as well. And yes, every bit of digital evidence will be examined and thoroughly investigated by these detectives who are dedicated to uncover the truth, ultimately getting justice for Celeste.
Another issue, Mrs. Castillo, our online sleuths have been working 24/7 on this, and they were concerned this had not been sent to homicide because there was not a COD or any evidence that Celeste had been murdered. Let me throw that to Dr. Kendall Crown. So what would be the alternative? That she crawls into the trunk and has a heart attack? Of course she was murdered.
Yes, I mean, nobody's going to go into a trunk and then shut themselves in willingly. That it's obviously a homicide. We just have to figure out what. And I think there is some mention that I've seen that she was possibly dismembered, which is obviously not something that would occur naturally.
And another thing, Dr. Kendall Crown, speaking of partial dismemberment of this little girl, I got to follow up with a shrink on that. But Dr. Kendall Crowns, you can tell so much from the tool markings on the body when someone has been dismembered. And since a body is dismembered with, of course, some sort of cutting utensil like a knife, does that lead you to believe her COD may have been stabbing, or statistically, it would be some sort of a strangulation or asphyxiation? Explain.
That's correct. More likely than not, it's a strangulation followed up by them cutting her up.
Is there any way that normal decomp, which of course is not normal to decompose in a car trunk, so right off the bat, that question is a non sequitur, does not follow. But can normal decomposition in any way resemble partial dismemberment?
Well, if you get like animal scavenging involved, yes, the limbs can be pulled away from the body by animals. But usually in normal decomposition, which an individual's
irrelevant animals have
laying,
nothing to do with this. Can we stick to the facts, please, Dr. Crowns?
certainly. So she's laying in a trunk where animals can't get to her. Your limbs are not going to look like they've been dismembered. If you get to the point of skeletonization, yes, your bones will fall apart, but you won't look like you've been dismembered.
There is a clear difference when a body decomposes naturally as opposed to when the body has been dismembered. You see tool marks or you see bones out of place. There's nothing close to. They don't fit together. One will not be mistaken for the other. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is fair to say.
Now comes the story of Two Celeste. A video called Two Celeste is gaining attention after being shared on X by Josh R. Post.
Now
with
that
a
looks
caption
like
that
the girl
reads,
who was
quote,
at the concert.
David, why are there two Celeste? The clip features the user claiming Celeste has two faces, one being a Celeste Rivas Hernandez and another Celeste Herrera, who interacts with Burke on social media. The claim is that Burke was obsessed with Celeste and something terrible happened, and he can't be with her, so he's trying to replace her with a lookalike.
To Melissa McCarty, investigative reporter, host of Killer Genes podcast, and author of The Making of a Crime Reporter. Again, Melissa, thanks for being with us tonight. What can you tell me about the existence of two Celestes?
This is fascinating, and again, one of those internet sleuthing phenomena that I've researched that the LAPD, I'm sure, is trying to track down. You have an older adult version Celeste, and then you have the minor Celeste Hernandez. But the most important information is we have one that was found dead in the trunk of his vehicle, and another you really have to investigate the extent of the relationship. Did he actually know both of them? Was he intimate with either of them? How did he know these two? And who is this other person? What does she have to do with the other?
Well, from what we've been told, Celeste Herrera, the 23-year-old, interacts extensively with David on social media. I'm referring to David Anthony Burke. The claim is that, and this would have to go to Dr. Angela Arnold, renowned psychiatrist, joining us. The claim is that Burke was obsessed with teen girl Celeste, and that as soon as she was gone, he's trying to replace her with a look-alike. Now, is that hard evidence? No, it's not. I'm sure Slayton's doing a backflip right now. But what do you make of that? That a Celeste look-alike is his online protege?
As you can see with these two young girls, there's a pattern in how they appear. I have a feeling that the younger girl, the younger Celeste, was much easier for him to control. He's now found someone that appears to look much like her, and we don't know what his motives are. His motives could be directly what we're doing here. When did these two girls
another
exist?
issue, Dr. Angie,
Yes.
we don't even know the extent of their relationship. For all I know, it's just an online relationship where she interacts online. But we're finding out. I want to look at the leaked lyrics of Burke's song, Celeste. Oh, Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest. Smell her on my clothes like cigarettes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed. Oh, Celeste. Now remember, 13 at the time they started their relationship. Oh, Celeste, afraid you'll only love me when undressed. But you look so damn gorgeous in that dress. Missing you so much makes me depressed, but I digress because I love you so much. Okay. Troy Slayton, yeah, he's not obsessed, is he?
Again, this is art, Nancy. You can't convict somebody based on art. And we keep mentioning that she was 13. Now, I know that this is not a legal defense, and it wouldn't provide a legal defense in court. But how do we know what age she said that she was? There's been some reporting that she had some fake IDs. I don't know of anyone that's ever dated somebody and checked their ID. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, maybe she had those fake IDs when she was murdered and put in that trunk.
Not saying that at all.
Well, if it's not a legal defense, why are you even saying it?
Because we're talking about.
Are you somehow trying to blame her with the claim that you think she might have had a fake ID?
Absolutely not, Nancy. But what I am saying is he didn't necessarily know that she was underage this whole time. She was a runaway. He didn't necessarily know she was living with their family or that she was missing. We don't know that he knew any of this. You were bringing up modus operandi.
Under the law, you do know that doesn't matter. Every statutory rapist I've ever met said, I thought she was 18.
Older. Yes,
how is this any different?
We've all heard that, Nancy, of course. But what I'm saying is this just goes to his potential state of mind. And that's why it's important.
Okay. Okay, important to you, not to me. She's dead. And I want to know who did it. And I want to remind everyone that the musician known as David, his real name is David Anthony Burke, is innocent. He stands innocent tonight. He will not be guilty unless he has been charged and proven guilty in a court of law by a jury of his peers. If you know or think you know anything about the disappearance and death of this little girl, Celeste, please dial 213-486-6890. You can remain anonymous, 213-486-6890. And now we remember an American hero, firefighter,
Young girls, stay home.
Stephen
Stay
Scott,
home.
Houston PD, killed in the line of duty.
Stay home.
Served Ellie 30 years. Survived by a grieving wife and 3 children.
Stay home. Stay home. Do not run away and get caught up with these relationships with people, because it might seem greener on the other side. At the end of the road, it becomes the, what do you want to call it? The grave of the green.
Missing people, especially children, to solve unsolved homicides.
If you're on the go, catch us on your favorite podcast app, where you can get all of our content, where we, in our own way,
off of here in a little bit.
Justice.
I've been on here for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, this is interesting, though, some of this stuff. You learn every day is looking more like David did it. Somebody else said that 2 days ago. Well, the whole speculation, I forgot what kind of evidence that is. David updates. Let's see what this update says.
If you have gelatin trick and 2 other ingredients in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe, you're missing out on one of the easiest ways to...
Let's see what she has to say. Well, we know the relationship is not, it's definitely confirmed. Update. Let's see if it's different.
Hi guys, how are you?
Oh God, this is her.
Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to...
I got to take that off of there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys. Anyway.
Just follow the company policy and say what the company want, and they didn't have to speak the truth. They didn't have any competition. So they can come on there, and as long as they was getting paid, they'll just preach whatever the company wanted them to say. Now, when you got bloggers out here that's speaking the truth, they feel discredited. And if they even try to come remotely...
Detached limbs found in the Tesla. I don't know how to say it no other way. The Daily Mail obtained exclusive footage of the bizarre scene on Wednesday as movers loaded furniture and boxes of the stars belonging into a truck outside the $4.1 million mansion. And somebody sent me this the other day. And I'm so sorry, I cannot remember your name. Thank you guys for sending me stuff. I really appreciate it. But somebody sent me some information saying that this is Halle Berry's old house. And they actually said, I forgot.
Yeah, certainly whenever you investigate a homicide, the detectives look at all of the associated issues as well.
The singer, who was on tour, has now canceled all of his shows, but has not commented on the investigation. As he remains silent, his fans are loud online, critiquing his lyrics and music videos that feature gory imagery and themes. And take a look at this video for One More Dance.
The heavier the snow.
What appears to be a blindfolded David in a bloodied shirt, standing by as 2 people put a body into the trunk of a car. And this anime video for David's song Rehab, depicting a girl's arm being cut off.
So now listen, y'all don't underestimate the police. Everybody's saying what's taking them so long. How come the blogs are coming back with more information than
He's
the
got some
cops?
powerhouse lawyers. That's why they got to
When
make
you
sure.
are the police chief of Los Angeles, y'all don't know how important that job is. And if you don't win or you play to the media, you'll get fired.
Yeah.
What's the girl's name in the Diddy case?
Comey, is it?
Yeah. Maureen Comey.
Yeah.
You gotta win. You've got to win. So let them take their time. Let them take their time. Let them get to. But did he tell us anything different? No, he's very tight-lipped. Remember, because I was in that chat, they have been questioning people, and all of that stuff that I told you guys the last 3 videos that they've been reporting to the police. I've been talking about in this chat. They have reported to the police. So, and it's weird. I wonder if I should play the Ashley tape. So Ashley, is it Banfield? I like her a lot. Cannot remember her name. Her name is Ashley something, and she works for News Nation, and she has her own YouTube channel. Well, she interviewed this girl who said that she was talking to his friends. I should play it. Hold on, let me play this. It's like delayed. They're talking to the wrong people. Let me play this for you really quick. They're talking to the people that he knew in the music business, and I don't think they knew all of this stuff about. Here we go.
David, how did they know him, and how well did they know him?
Yeah, so the folks that I spoke to are in the LA music scene, so they know David very, very well. They didn't know Celeste as well as they knew David, but they did notice that he was bringing her along when they would go to parties in the music scene. Maybe they would have hangouts after a recording session, and they knew David to be a very gentle person, is what they told me. They also described him as very soft-spoken. Friends around him are extremely shocked that he's even remotely connected to this grisly murder of a 14-year-old girl. Obviously, he has not been named a person of interest, and from what we've seen, there is no legitimate connection connecting him to the death of this young girl. However, her remains were found in his car, and just that connection alone has really shocked a lot of people around him.
Did they get the impression that this was a romantic couple?
Yes, absolutely. So the people that I spoke to that were seeing them together out in the scene believed they were romantically involved. Now, look, they did not say anything about PDA, said that David was a very shy, quiet person, and Celeste seemed to mirror that as well. So they weren't out there making out at parties and things like that, but they did believe, because they would see them together so frequently, that these two were in a relationship.
Where did they get the idea that she was somehow a 19-year-old going to USC as a college kid?
I know. Isn't that just so crazy? Because, you know, we think, how does a 14-year-old child present as a 19-year-old woman? And I was told that these people were just so sure that she was a college student. They were specific. They said that she attended USC from what they believed. And also she was seen at events where there's age restrictions, you know, clubs and parties and stuff like this, where she had to be at least of 18 years old to get in. And we do know from law enforcement sources that she did have several fake IDs as well. So she was able to get into places where there was age restrictions. But,
you know, Charlie, it's so sad to hear that you and I are talking about a 14-year-old girl, but I keep going back to the fact that it's possible he connected with her as early as 12, and on the far end, maybe even 11. Did these friends have a long relationship with David? Like, for instance, did they...
She's asking the right questions.
Yeah.
Because it's not the friends in the music business that knew about this. You got to go back to Lake Elsinore. Go ahead, Perry, I cut you off.
Oh, no, I agree. Like, I don't know. I mean, this whole case, and I see people in the chat, they'll say, well, do we believe it? Believe what? I just know it's a case. And at this point, I learned from the Diddy thing, just any trial really, to be transparent, until I see evidence, I can't say whether the man did it. What ties it to David, the connection they could be talking about, it could be simply just because it was in his car. But it doesn't mean he put it there. It don't mean he did it. I don't know. But his actions and stuff do come across weird to me. A little strange.
Well,
like, it's almost like every night is Halloween. Go ahead.
So anyway, so that's pretty much the latest updates from the mainstream media is that the police are being very tight-lipped, and people are very, very upset about it. He finally spoke, made a public statement. The police chief didn't really say much, and he's not expected to. We wouldn't want him to speak prematurely. We don't want that. And so, the guards could be weird, could not be weird. But let's talk about the gossip. That's why I have a gossip channel, because it's like night and day. And remember, I was telling you guys, we read the text messages from the Discord, and then there was another live chat. And I should put the link in there to that, because more and more people, it was supposed to be private, and now more and more people are listening to their chats. But they could not find the mother or father. Remember, I was like, I tried to pull them up. Everybody tried to pull them up. We couldn't find the parents. All I had was a picture of, they gave me a picture of the house that they live in, and it was not in the best of their neighborhoods. I'm not trying to disrespect all of Lake Elsinore. You guys, we did a whole video, and all people wanted to talk about is, you are shaming Lake Elsinore. No, trying to get you a picture of why a mother might take money from some grown-ass man with your daughter. But anyway, according to the rumors, this is the mother's page, okay? And in her comment section was a email written to her. I believe Chronicle Speaks reported this other lady, I'm going to put her picture up here, I don't know, but they're saying that and now it's down, by the way, it's down now. But translation, let's go through this translation. It was overwhelming. And why aren't the parents coming forward? Now, I'm not trying to bash a grieving mother, but we all know that when a tragedy happens, the first people you got to clear are the parents. And since the LAPD are being tight-lipped, then we got to clear the parents, and we can't do that right now, okay? Now, translation said, "Good evening, Miss Mercedes. I'm letting you know, a few hours ago, a plane arrived at the international airport in Calicon, this is Mexico, Sinaloa, coming from McLean, now Palomar Airport. The only reason I know where this airport is because I used to live in Oceanside. When I lived in Oceanside, California, there's a Marine base there. That's how I met Perry, okay? These are very small counties in San Diego, very small. But Carlsbad, nobody hears of Carlsbad. Like, it's a very rich town, extremely rich. Celebrities live there. It's very quiet. It's also the place that Junior Seau tried to run off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Money. This is people with money, okay? So he's saying that coming from the McLean Palomar Airport with a group of young women, the young girls are being bought. I'm gonna zoom this in so I don't have to say this word. Y'all see right here where my cursor is, for the H word and the T word. Among the group is a young woman named Celeste Rivas. She says she's your daughter.
Wow. Oh my God. That's strange.
What is it? We gotta. Oh, you guys remember this? You guys know where Palomar is? I mean, Carlsbad. Very rich. Am I lying? Very rich. Very much different from Lake Elsinore. Who would just pick this small airport to say? Nobody knows about Carlsbad unless you live in San Diego County. It's not like Beverly Hills that has a name. It's very strange. Now, is this legit? No, it's not. But it's what the blogs are talking about. Perry, we've seen this morning. What are your thoughts?
No, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know how legit it is. I mean, like, it's out there. You know, at this point, I got to see real evidence, but people talking. It's strange to me that the parents.
He's right. You gotta be careful with all this because half of this stuff could be AI. You never know. So he's 100% right about that. You gotta see hardcore evidence, not this online social media bull crap.
Haven't shown their faces. It's strange. People say, oh, well, you know, it's a private time for them. It should have been a time that maybe, if you say it was a private time for the parents not to show their face now, why didn't they show their face when they was concerned when their kid was missing three or four times in 2024? They filed a missing report, but any parent would show their face, I would believe, and maybe be out in the streets searching for their kids. You know what I'm saying? Doing something, hanging up posters, doing something. But it's strange, and with this T word going on, it sounds like they're saying that the plane flew out of Carlsbad going to the
Let's say that in the comment section. I mean, it's kind of weird. Everything's weird. The way they're acting is weird. This comment is weird. Why? I'm with Perry. Grieving parents, most likely, most of the time, step forward. I believe the blogs on this one. Something strange with the parents. No disrespect, cannot help how I feel. Also, can't help how I feel about Lake Elsinore. Okay, there are new developments in Lake Elsinore, but it's not Marietta. It's not Temecula. It's not Carlsbad. Can I get that out of you? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to let the people know it's not a prestigious area at all.
Right, and it could be up and coming, like this chat saying that they building new homes now. Yes, I guess so. But we're talking about the part that, well, back when we was out there, it wasn't too many new homes like that. And, you know, no disrespect, it just is what it is. You got different kind of income areas.
Yeah.
Like we do in every city.
I'm trying to tell you what kind of situation this could be in. The parents do not live well. I showed you the house yesterday. They don't live well at all. And now with this text message and the way that the parents are acting, do we have ST entering the situation?
Well, you know, yeah. I mean,
I know,
well, obviously, it's definitely coming in, whether it's legit, not legit. But the question is, if you got a daughter or a kid and they just pop up missing, you stop looking for them. We wouldn't put this, well, oftentimes we're like, oh, no parent would ever do that. People speculate that some of the girls that was with Art Kelly was under this situation. People speculate that people send their kids off, even, you know, when they say, well, Usher had the kid, then Diddy had the kid, just to make them famous, will put them kids in bad situations. I'm not the type of parent, I don't think you guys in the chat are the type of parents that would, you know, barter your kid, but some parents will. And I'm not saying they're one.
That's real.
At this point, they ain't got nobody. Well, they ain't saying they got a person of interest. We don't see the parents. He seemed to be moving out of houses, just bouncing around.
I know.
He's not behind bars, and maybe he just, you know, speaking all through his attorneys, like somebody said, right? But at this point, I don't see enough evidence either way. Now, the only thing I know, and I think we all agree on, is the body was in his car. But anybody could have been driving his car. Hell, even at that point, she could have been driving his car, and something happened, and somebody had the keys and put her in it. We don't know.
That's real.
But
that's the same thing
it's
I
something
say. It's
strange about this whole
speculative.
situation, and I think everybody's gonna keep coming up with these theories and this and that until we have something truthful,
concrete.
Yeah. So let me credit this TikToker. She's a person that was talking about these messages.
I got to get off of here.
Get your free copy of my new best-selling book, Commercial Real Estate Investing for Beginners. All you have to do
talks about stuff that's trending, but I wanted to talk about the Celeste Rebus case. I've been doing so much research on this, and I just do this with like any other case. This one I found something that I haven't seen anybody talk about, and I wanted to share. So at first I went on her mom's Facebook and I was like scrolling and literally did not see anything about the situation at all. So from what we've gathered, she went missing the first time, she was brought back home, and then she went missing again and never came back. So I scrolled down and I find one post regarding this entire situation, and this is from last year, like when she first went missing the first time. And it really bothered me because I was like, what? The mom put out a Facebook post for the first time that she went missing and then said that she came home or whatever. Second time, nothing was ever posted. She wasn't even reported missing, I don't think. And basically was just gone untalked about. So I scrolled down to the post that
and let me stop it there for a minute. What they're saying is, originally it was found out that she was missing twice, right? Now they got it at 4 times. Insinuating that if she was in some kind of ring, and they would make her go back to the parents and the parents would keep putting her out there again. It's totally different than mainstream media. I don't know who's telling the truth, but that's what they're insinuating. And they keep lying about how many times she was missing and avoiding the cameras because they made her do these things with the grown man. It's crazy. This is what they're saying. I cover all sides.
Yeah.
She put out when she first went missing. It's this post right here. Now, if you go in the comments, like I translated all the comments and everything, there is this comment. It says, because you don't pay attention to the messages you get. I clicked on it and it is in Spanish, but I just used ChatGPT to like translate it because I didn't want to type everything into Google. Now, these are the text translated. It says,
yeah, and I already read those to you guys. So they're really saying that this is a ex traffic thing. That's what they're saying. And that her mother was in on it. The parents were in on it. Now,
yeah, because the parents, I guess they interviewed, well, somebody said they interviewed the parents. And they really, I don't know, it's weird how they saying that they did file a missing report. And then when I first heard about it, it was once. But then she came back for about 30 days, took off again. And then I also heard the rumor, because these are rumors, people, what I'm saying, is that some of her friends would say that David would be paying the parents off to say, hey, don't put nothing out there that she's missing and give them some form of payment. Do I know if it's true? I don't know. But let's say if it's not true and go with your kid is missing. Now this happened a year later. I mean, they don't come across parents who didn't know their kid wasn't gone. They can't show me no school record.
Hold on, Perry. Okay, Google, stop. You set off my Google. Go ahead.
I don't see no school record. They can't produce me no school record that their daughter was home. So obviously they knew their daughter was missing, gone somewhere. I think that you would get more out of the parents. And people say, well, Perry, you can't blame the parents. I don't know if they did nothing. I hope they didn't. I hope I'm just wrong. But it just seems sort of odd that, okay, she's gone. Well, we'll never see her again. Let's just go on back and feed the rest of the kids. You know. What the hell going on? I think people would do shit for money.
If we're going towards X traffic, this story is worse than we thought. So
I don't think that young boy.
I can't say for sure.
I think he had a
but the parents are
relationship with
acting
her.
very strange, and I'm not trying to convict a grieving mother. I'm not trying to do that. Telling you that these rumors are out there, and people aren't necessarily saying that you're innocent. They're not. And then at the day of the vigil, the friends that were there were saying she needs to be investigated. She needs to be investigated. And if anything happens, she needs to go to jail also. So, you know, these are serious accusations that's going on. But listen, don't underestimate the blogs. Don't underestimate the blogs.
Absolutely
Obviously,
not.
something's going on. The police are interviewing people, asking them not
Do
to
not
talk about
underestimate
this
the
in the
blogs.
public, but they're doing it
Absolutely not.
anyway. Why?
I doubt if
Maybe
he
because they're getting
had
upset
anything to
and
do
they
with
feel like the police.
traffic
I don't
studies.
know. I don't know why these people are talking.
While the friends are talking?
The friends.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy.
And I need to get off here.
I look forward to you joining us at our next
Tired.
investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the...
Okay, people, I've got a new update on this David situation, and there has actually been some new footage that's been released by TMZ, which seemingly shows the final moments that Celeste was actually seen on camera. She was apparently walking away from her area in Lake Elsinore, and it is very ominous. Like, you see this girl, just this little girl walking down the street. You know, it's maybe nothing untoward, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, this is a solo little girl walking down the street. She shouldn't be doing that on her own, and it is a little bit chilling. And no doubt, okay, no doubt the authorities will be making use of this video. So this has been going around on all the different David subreddits. Celeste Rivas seen on security cam in Lake Elsinore before her disappearance, and they're claiming that this figure there is her. They're sharing a TMZ article where TMZ are working overtime on this situation. I'm not going to lie, TMZ have really got the work, they got the goods, and it is just incredible research and reporting that they're doing on the situation. So let's take a little look at the article, see what TMZ said. So it says Celeste Rivas last images of victim before disappearing from home.
Not doing this. I like this one right here.
All right, so in this video, I want to take a closer look at some of the analysis that professional lawyers are providing on the David case. There's been a few lawyers, a few Redditors, a few people basically been speculating on as to actually what's going to happen with David. Why hasn't he been arrested yet? When he will be arrested, if he will be arrested, all of that good stuff. And we've had some really serious people kind of throw their hat into the ring and give their opinion about this. So in this video, probably going to be a long one, I'm going to break down a bunch of these kind of lawyers, private investigators, all those types of people that have given their thoughts on the case. So yeah, let's get into all of that now. So this is a post that's currently going around on Reddit. Okay, it says it's possible we won't get any updates for at least 6 weeks. The investigation at David's former Hollywood home was concluded. His Tesla was released back to the impound lot, and Celeste was released back to her family already, indicating that the autopsy was completed. The body was in such a severe state of decomposition, they're likely not able to determine the manner of the death. So this case is still not officially ruled a homicide. It's likely they're waiting for toxicology to come back for more answers, which could take 6 to 12 weeks. Obviously, she didn't put herself in the trunk, but let's keep in mind it is possible that her death might have been the result of an overdose, natural causes, or suicide. I think natural causes is definitely a reach for somebody so young. But it's saying people don't recognize how long police and forensic science takes. I say at the very least by the end of the year we should have an arrest, but these tests take time. Then once the test is done, you have to process and interpret the results, which is also a long process. People are saying they're going to have so much to prove. I'm not an expert, but drugs could really complicate everything, right? If she's found with enough drugs, they could pull a she overdosed, I freaked out and hid her because people would think I did it or something else, which would confirm rumors about him being an underage person. Not to mention, they would have to prove that he was involved in PDF stuff with her and not just harboring a runaway. But they're saying that somebody... in a YouTube comment has said there's rumors Celeste's family were blackmailing David for money by threatening to go to the cops for harboring Celeste being in a relationship with her, and that he was paying them hush money. She OD'd, and dude panicked about having a dead kid in his house. But in any case, a dead body was found dismembered in his vehicle. The dude needs to be in jail. But some people are saying, I actually saw on the news article it was being investigated as a homicide, so the cause of death couldn't have been from an overdose, natural causes, or suicide. Somebody obviously did this to her.
Boy, I tell you, everybody got an opinion. We got an opinion. All right, let's see what Jaguar Wright's on the case.
What is up, YouTube? I have been following this story, man, and about Dave, and Jaguar Wright is speaking on it, man. Jaguar Wright speaks on Dave and grooming in the industry. D4VD. Dave for day for D. I don't know how that. I don't know what that
I
means.
don't know how to
Hey,
go even
anyway,
day
y'all hit that
for
subscribe button, hit
day.
that bell. Let's get into this. Let's see what Jaguar have to say about this Dave person. Let's check it out.
Let me see if I can find.
Hit that.
Jaguar Right speaks on. I'd rather pull it up myself. Let me see if I can. Jaguar Right speaks on D4VD. Let's see.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
I think this guy right here is kind of radical. I didn't mean to mute myself.
Yes,
I didn't even realize I was muted.
That's a Wanda there.
This
That's
kid.
a Jazzy Wanda move.
He's gotten pretty radical too. Pretty radical. But anyway, where were we?
I mean, you sitting over there playing that or showing that, but whatever you were saying because you were muted, I didn't know where you was going with it.
No, what I said was the whole country is radical. This whole country has gotten pretty radical. I think who is this kid? Well, he is a new artist. I guess that's what you would call him. They're saying he's a singer.
Yeah, they say he's a singer. I ain't heard him sing.
He's a content creator
No.
who started dibbling and dabbling in music so he could make his own original music and not have to worry about getting hit with copyright strikes for using other people's music. And
That
apparently
part.
he had a knack for it.
And he came good, great at it.
Put some hits together, I guess, or what kids are calling hits these days, and was recently signed to, I believe, Universal. Now it's interesting because he had a Tesla. And somewhere along the way, his Tesla got abandoned. While he was on tour, and when they found it, there was a decomposed human corpse in it. And this is the person that they found inside. She was so badly decomposed that they had to, you know.
And this is him. There's a photo with him and the person, and it looked like he groomed. She was well,
G-Room.
14.
G-Room.
I'm sorry, G-Room. Yeah, my bad. Bride and groom. That's what I meant to say. Bride and groom, but G-Room. Um, she was 14, 15. and they say he's cooperating. But it's like, dude, what's up? You had a shush tattoo on your finger, just like she had. So is that cold? Is that,
On their middle
traditionally
finger.
cold? Right.
On the middle finger.
And then we found text messages, or they found deleted, what is it, Discord messages about. You see what it says here? Um, they said, does he have a girlfriend? They said, yeah, her name is Celeste.
See,
Yeah,
this was
these are.
before he started getting deeper into his tattoos because he now has a tattoo right in between his eyes. That's where he started.
Yeah, this is
20 years
disgusting.
old. What's a 20-year-old boy doing having any kind of close contact or of any kind of intimate nature with a 15-year-old girl?
This is ridiculous. This is disgusting. This guy needs to be.
See, I
Yeah,
see that's kind of radical.
Right, that part, because we don't know.
yeah. I don't like this story. I don't like when I heard it. When I heard it last week, and I said, "Wait, what?" And there was another uh,
His song came
unalive.
out September 7th. Romantic Hama what? Which was also the birthday of the 15-year-old. Verse 3. What?
Jackpot's
Oh,
funny.
hell no! Really?
The only thing is the cops got to come right with it because
Yeah,
he got some
I'm,
powerful lawyers. They speculation don't mean a
yeah.
damn
He
thing.
gonna
You
he gonna
gotta
have to get
have to
slapped
come.
up. That's what's gonna have to happen. A
Strong
boy's
evidence.
gonna get beat. Gonna have to get beat up.
Hmm.
You know, what's really sad is there was a content creator that was sitting there not long ago talking about how, some girls is about this life. They're not victims.
They are. They
I
damn
wonder if he would
sure.
Well,
say
the
that
song,
about this girl.
well, the song that they're referring
Because
to, it
this
came out
girl is the
3
same age as the girl Nova that he was
years.
talking about when he said that.
Yeah, because
By the
that's what
Side
way,
these
note.
young
we
girls
could
come
use
on these
another
Side,
250 likes. Come on, stop being cheap.
be quiet.
That's because these young girls come on these sites. No parents is monitoring them. They don't know who they talking to. They talking to these young guys that's appeasing them, making them feel good, grown, whatever the case may be, and they get lured off. Because these young girls is hot in the pants allegedly at a very young age, and they are. Listen, if I know how I was when I was 15, I could imagine how they are 20 years, 30, 40 years later.
What you say?
Yeah, I was trying to make a point, make a statement. I said the song that the person was referring to came out 3 years ago. It didn't come out right away. So just FYI, that's all, just to give
Oh,
context.
okay. I was about to say, because that's just some poor taste.
What song? That song
But it
came
still
out
doesn't
recently.
change the fact that it's supposed to allegedly around this girl's birthday. And my thing is,
No, the song didn't come out 3 years ago, I don't think.
who is singing about taking people's lives and calling it a love song?
No,
Dave is,
he looks like
apparently.
it looks like a reenactment of Stan, the video. Um, no, he's a
Mm.
weirdo. I hate to say it. Guy's a weirdo. Yeah.
Around with little girls.
Well, yeah, he's like I said, he's a weirdo because he's 20, she's 15.
But
I
alleged
told her,
didn't they meet when she was like 13 years old?
well, still, he was 18.
Yeah,
I,
I
wa-
know. He was of age and she was in
I,
junior high.
I told the story when I was 19 and somebody tried to hook me up with a 16-year-old. I said, if you don't get this.
If you have SNAP or Medicaid, you may qualify for a free iPhone or Samsung plus up to 10 gigabytes of data. Apply online.
This baby out of my way. Even then, we had some type of, like I said, I was 19. I just turned 19. This girl probably was 16. I was like, no, like we just don't do that. I'm sorry, at least in the black community, I'll say it like that.
I wish
Where,
that were true in all black communities because
Because
well,
it's
no,
mine
you're
not
right.
it was
true.
very
Well,
common.
It's
It
not
was
I'm talking
true.
very
about,
common.
about upright.
It's very common in all communities. She's absolutely right. Especially, man, come on. Harlem, USA.
Upstanding black people. I've seen situations where, yeah, when I was in high school,
I know
25-year-old
plenty
girl
of
running up.
upstanding black communities
Come
where
on,
it was
Jaguar.
okay.
Tell
Where
them Jaguar absolutely was. Tell her. Because these jokers where I grew up at, it was terrible. I was a victim of some of this stuff. Now, we going to take it on a personal note. When Jaguar gets to talking about this, she's absolutely right. No, this stuff been going on forever. I can tell you a story about me and this older guy. It's crazy.
it was passed along. And I think that's the thing that people really don't understand how common these behaviors are
That's right.
and how accepted they are widely everywhere.
It's really not.
I remember one time the guy had showed up to the store that I was working in, my dad's store, and he had just stopped by to see me, and my father recognized him by his age. Now he didn't know, my dad didn't know nothing about me and this guy. Other than the guy stopped in that store to see me, and he was like, "What you doing here?" He chased my friend. He's like, "If you don't get your out of here, man." Oh man, my dad peeped the fact that this guy was much older, and what was you coming doing to seeing my daughter? And I had to be about 15 or 16, and this dude had to be in his 30s. And I was in love, so I thought with this particular person. That's how crazy it is. We be so fast and so grown. And this guy showed me this attention apparently. My story is a real crazy story. So, but I'm just thankful that I'm still here because I could imagine some of the escapades that I had myself on.
I'm gonna put my foot down and say it's not,
Okay.
at least in
Well
my
then
community.
I
'Cause
guess the whole East Coast. Then I guess the whole East
I,
Coast.
Amen.
let me say what I gotta say, because what I'm saying is I've seen it where 17, 16-year-old girls were going out with dudes that were like 25 when I was in high school. And me coming up seeing that, I was like, that's disgusting. That ain't cool. I know more people that thought like me and was like, nah, that ain't cool. So that's why I said, let me say from what I've seen, and I'm just talking about my perspective. And I'll say overall in our community, it's not acceptable. But you do have some weirdos, just like you got weirdos who do all types of weird stuff.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. I know more men who were over the age of 21 who slept with girls under the age of 16
Yeah.
regularly.
And I was brought up in a community where that was not cool. Like I said, I was 19.
And I
The
knew plenty
girl
of
just
mamas.
I just turned 19. The girl was 16, probably close to 17, and I was still like, nope.
And
My
that's what makes
mama,
you an
my mama,
unfiltered.
my mama would have been like, boy, I'll whoop your ass. That's the community I came from. As far as these other people, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But back to what this guy, even if he was 18 and she was, 30 or 15, even nah, that's not acceptable.
18 and
That's not
15
acceptable.
is not acceptable. It doesn't even live up to the Romeo and Juliet statute. And the Romeo and Juliet statute is 3 years. So if a guy is 19 and a girl is 16, it's not technically considered stat great by the Romeo and Juliet standard. But that all depends on jurisdiction, whatever the case may be. He
Here we
was
go. That all depends on jurisdiction. Look, check this out. What they're going to try to do is normalize these types of relationships. I hope you know that. That's why I was saying what I was saying, because they're just trying to normalize if someone's 10 years younger. You know that I think that's on the books. If it's like you're 10 years younger, you can't be charged with like they're just trying to come up with all kind of weird policy to
Well,
protect.
understand this, the more things change, the more they stay the same. If you go back 100 years, 40-year-old men were betting, impregnating, and marrying 13-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls. Like, this isn't new. This has been going on forever. It was outlawed, and it's looking like people want to take it back.
Yeah, of course. Look
Well,
who's in
the
It
way I
looks
look
like
at it
people
is
want
we
to
like
got
walk this
pedos in
back.
the high
the way I
offices.
look at it, it's like this. Just like they had child labor laws, right? Just like they had slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, some things are just not morally right, and it just needs to stay in that area. It's not morally right. They're trying to bring things back. People need to, step forward. Nope, that ain't cool. This ain't
Well,
cool.
I
Kids
didn't
Here's
know
shouldn't be
the
the
working
guy.
thing.
40
I
hour
never
weeks.
heard of him, never heard his
Underage
music.
girls shouldn't
So,
be,
but it's just so unfortunate that
subjected to
he brought
being with
himself,
grown
created
men.
himself, and now he's
So
in a
what's up with these
pickle.
messages? Because we're gonna look into this a little bit more. But the thing that I'm trying
Yeah,
to
Now he's
understand
about to
is, how are they going
lose
to
everything. Whether
explain
he's
his
guilty or not is
relationship
still
with her? Yeah, Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis. Yes. I
all of them.
mean, Jerry Lee Lewis married his cousin, and he was a grown man in his 20s. And what, Myra, I believe she was 12 and a half, going on 13. I think she was 14 when she had their first child. I mean, Priscilla Presley said that Elvis waited um, to be with her. I don't know who believes it, but that's what she said. Jimmy Page as well. They all dated little girls. They all dated 13, 14, 15-year-old girls, all of them.
Yeah.
So I don't, yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
And that's
That's
what it
what they were
still is.
doing. And that's what was allowed.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at even Charles Manson, what was her name? Sharon Tate. She was in her teens. She was a teenage girl, and she was already starring in movies
Mm.
and
And
moving
being passed
about
around.
like an adult.
Mm-hmm. That's what it
Well, even
be.
if you notice
That's sure how I was moving
back
as
then, 'cause
15
that was
years
the
old. I was
60s,
suited
70s,
up
right?
in clubs that you had to have ID to get in, and I
The
didn't have no
society
fake
was
ID.
set up, and like
I
someone
was
said
getting in the
in
club.
the chat, the internet
Okay.
wasn't around back then. But the way society was, it was kind of like that was accepted.
Look, I was 13 years old getting in places. Like, come on. This has been going on forever. It's so unfortunate though, and so sad that it brings back attention to us because of 14, excuse me, however old she was, 14, 15-year-old was found in a car. And whether he knew it or not, he's just trapped up and caught up, you know? And do I believe his music is a protege of what he might have done or somebody he knows might have done? I don't know the timeline of the music. If I really wanted to play lawyer, the paralegal that I am, I can probably pinpoint a lot of it. I don't have time for that, but it's so unfortunate and it's sad. A guy brings himself to, rising fame off of the digital world to only find himself crashing right in front of the digital world because we people are some harsh puppies when it comes down to, you know, innocent until proven guilty, and you already in the public eye guilty as suspect, boy. So unfortunate for the Davy guy, but I'm gonna get off of here. I really think it's a sad situation. I think Ti's situation with his son is sad. Um, I pray that if it's in God's will that this young man pulls through, that they don't give up on him. Let the miracle be happen if it's possible, because we be so quick to say, oh, his vitals is gone, his this is gone, his that is gone, because and pull the plug. Excuse me. But if he's really that bad off and he's gone, I just pray for Tiny and T.I. to hang in there. Don't throw in the towel on your marriage because of this tragedy. If nothing else, now is the time that you guys need to stick together like never before. And the young man, Dave, you've already seen he's lawyered up with some of the best top lawyers. And not for nothing, he can get off on a technicality if they really want to push it that way. But it is what it is. It's sad, A lot of his story is repeating itself. Jaguar is absolutely right. This is nothing new under the sun. This has been going on forever. It's like grooming, G-groom as she called it. But I've had enough. 4 hours and 21 minutes, 53 seconds is enough. I am super done for the night. But you know what? I enjoy this. I'm gonna call this Friday Reactions. It's echo of my reactions, my opinion, my voice, my take. You have been streaming with Let's Talk with Jazzy Wanda. Stay tuned and be blessed until next time.
Yeah. You gotta choose your side. You gotta choose your side. It's do or die. I said it's do or die.
And remember, you are worthy of infinite abundance. You deserve a beacon of confidence, success, and happiness. And you deserve everything that you desire. And you know what? It is flowing to you now. Stay positive. Remember, positive affirmations, because you are great. See you Sunday evening.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what? By the way, don't forget to subscribe, follow, and like. Share the video if you come across it.
Yeah. You gotta choose your side. You gotta choose your side. It's do or die. I said it's do or die. I said it's conflict in all areas, nigga. You choose the side. You could win or you could lose, nigga. It's do or die. Energy don't lie, it just testify for what they saying. I just look them deep into their eyes, going against the God in me. Now that's suicide. Higher self, higher level, higher wealth. To move like this, you gotta put your pride upon yourself. They say money is power, but knowledge way stronger.
What you say is true. The Shaolin and the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. Do you think your Wu-Tang sword can defeat me?
They say money is power, but knowledge way stronger. My soul pure gold, so I live way longer. My mind think righteous, yeah, my bloodline chosen. My energy is positive, words unspoken, I'm so illuminated. I shine brighter than Illuminati. Walking on water, now they really know I'm God body. Gifted from birth, so the life I face is hard body. Had so much love in my heart, they had to apply pressure. Now I'm a fine diamond, yeah. Said I'm a fine diamond.
And the Wu-Tang sword style.
No matter how hard they try, I found myself in divine timing. Now they follow what I say like my name Simon. Led the chosen ones to victory in divine timing. The time is near, the signs are clear. 144, activation is here. We rise in the vibration with no fear. Oh, the Thundercats we all hear. And now it just don't seem fair. It just don't seem fair.